Questo sono i miei. non-stop bowling action with Savage Bowling TV. Your front row seat awaits. To the biggest scratch tournament events, incredible drama,
Oh, he does it!
intense matchups, and unforgettable moments.
And a strike to finish it. Doty Cup, hello, Evansville North, your state title team.
Stay tuned. It's time to roll. Whether you're a die-hard fan or you just love the game, Savage Bowling TV delivers all the excitement straight to your screen.
Welcome, everyone, to the Indiana Masters here from Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana. We're now getting ready for the double elimination bracket match play portion of the event. Scott Gilmore, Mike Albee here in the broadcast booth. Chad Lester, our production and engineer, is with us as well. And welcome to the most exciting part of the biggest scratch tournament in the state of Indiana. 497 entries. We're down to our final 32. And Mike, you know, as many years as you bowled on tour, I know you had to love the match play portion of the tournament when you got through all the qualifying. Now you're head-to-head, man against man on the same pair. May the best man win, right?
Yeah, and, you know, double elimination, so you've got one give me there, but it goes quickly if you don't, especially at the Indiana State Masters, because we're talking about double elimination but one-game matches. So one mistake, all you got to do is win by one pin, so one mistake can cost you the whole thing. So, yeah, a lot of competition today.
Well, a great chance for a new champion this weekend. Gene Perez, the only past champion of this event in the round of 32. So a great chance for a new crown and a new banner being hung in the bowling center.
Also a good chance for Gene Perez to win another one too.
Right,
so
yeah.
because you know, he's obviously one of the strongest players in the field. But boy, there's a lot of young talent, and they've worked really hard just to get to this point. So yeah, the Masters is one of those formats and one of those tournaments. There's no surprises because anyone can win this one.
Another big storyline right in front of us, Ryan Burton, a two-time Indiana Scratch Classic champion. In the match play portion here, he has a chance to do something only a couple of other bowlers have done, and that's win a Scratch Classic and an Indiana Masters title. Yeah,
one of the greatest young players in the state right now, and going to give the tour a shot a little bit. So I can see him having success wherever he shows up to bowl. Great bowler, great kid.
Well, we thank you for watching this afternoon with us here. It should be an exciting, fast-paced day, and probably 4 or 5 hours from now, we'll crown a champion here at the Indiana Masters, the 25th anniversary of the Indiana Masters. Right in front of us here, number 1 seed Nick Squires, who led Friday night. He's taking on Kyle Luckett. That should be a really match of interest.
Yeah, he had a great 3 games and was able to sit from Friday night, but Friday night was a couple days ago, so you got to come out and start throwing the ball the way you did Friday night. Send a message.
And young Connor Pula taking on Ryan Burton here on 7-8. That should be a good one, too, as well.
Yeah, he had a good look in the practice that we saw, and I think he's going to make it really hard on Ryan.
Chris Hankins here on 9 and 10 taking on Cameron Bollinger, who's made it to this Final Four at the Indiana Scratch Classic before. But Chris Hankins has been bowling very well. He came off a really good 2-game set in the second round.
A 2-game set that was really, the number dropped. So it was a difficult condition this morning, but Chris was able to find his way through it and lead that squad, and here he is. Got an opportunity to win.
All right, we're going to go through the pairs and where the players are. On 5 and 6 will be Kyle Luckett taking on Nick Squires. Connor Pula and Ryan Burton here right in front of 7-8. Chris Hankins, Cameron Bollinger on 9 and 10. Chris Toyas taking on Daniel Miller as well. And then other matches down away from us, we have Jeff Parrish taking on Chris Hartung, Billy Hibbert taking on Hunter Glaze, Jeff Grego, Chris Safart. That should be a good one. Austin Schultz taking on Joe Didion, Josh Vaughn, Scott Tapley, Bailey Maverick, Zach Newman in a big matchup there. Connor Pula again and Ryan Burton in front of us. Gene Perez, Corey Hersha. That should be a big one too. Both of those really talented players taking on one another. Wes Gamblin taking on Tyler Knight, Dwayne Burton, and Alan Criswell. Ryan Hernandez, Jacob Sisk, Aiden Fellows, Joseph Litton, Jeremy Adler taking on Richie Benninghoff. And so really some really great matchups. And, of course, today, Mike, it's all about staying in that winner's bracket. You bowl less games, less pressure.
Yeah, but you've got to make those moves quick. You can't sit there and think about it. You've got to make, if you're missing, you need to make that move. And you can't wait because it only takes one pin to win. So and you got to watch your fill balls and spares especially.
Well, and right in front of us, these 3 or 4 pairs, lanes 5 through lanes 12, scoring has been challenging.
Yeah, this morning the first game, few scores the first game, but nothing big. And shoot, the second game when we watched in front of us, they weren't even striking, let alone having a decent game.
Well, we got split screens here, lanes 5 and 6 and 9 and 10. Give you some multiple matches here. We have lanes 13 through 16 as well. We got matches going all the way down the bowling center. And who can make the quick adjustments and stay lined up, putting pressure on your opponent? That's going to be the key here early on.
And the same thing this morning we talked about, and that was, the first game, even though you've had practice balls on your starting pair, the lane conditions seem to want to change real quickly for you. So you've got to make sure you're making those moves. It's tough to do a preemptive move where you're doing it before you want to see what happens down on the lane, but the ones who make those moves and guess right are going to have a leg up for sure.
We thank you for watching this afternoon and appreciate you chiming in on our chat here. Well, all we ask you to do is hit the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We'll be broadcasting a ton of events here coming up. We'll be really busy here in a couple weeks. The Indiana High School Bowling State Finals. We'll also have the Indiana Queens on March 1st. Then Indiana All-State. We'll have Indiana Kentucky All-Stars, the State Bowling Hall of Fame banquet. So a lot of live streaming coming up here in the next few months. Great shot there by Nick Squires, leaving a 10-pin.
Yeah, a lot of ball speed, but boy, he seems to have a good idea what the ball's going to do on the lane, and he's been hitting the pocket. Hasn't been rewarded yet, but 9 spares are not bad at this point.
So on our TV pairs, we have Ryan Hernandez, Jacob Sisk, Wes Gamblin, Tyler Knight. That'll be down on the other end. Corey Hirsch actually is taking on Daniel Miller. So one thing we didn't have, Mike, in here early on was the tiebreakers. High game of their qualifying squad, when they do tie, gives them the higher seed. So obviously we'll go through these matchups again on lanes 11 on lanes 13 and 14, Wes Gamblin, Tyler Knight. 21-22, Josh Vaughn, Scott Tapley. 15 and 16, Ryan Hernandez, Jacob Sisk, Jeff Grego, and Chris Safarth again. And then Daniel Miller taking on Corey Hirscha. So that means Gene Perez is taking on Chris Toyas on 9 and 10. Everything else is fine. We had a few ties in there that they didn't have sorted out at that particular time. And a messenger strike for Kyle Luckett. And, like Chris Toyas, talented left-hander, he's taking on one of the more talented left-handers. Anytime you see Gene on your matchup, adds a little bit of pressure because you're not going to get a ton of breaks from Gene, right?
No, and Gene's not afraid to make the moves. He's a veteran, and he knows that they're difficult. Lanes are tough, but he's not afraid to make a move and when he makes those moves, he makes good shots. So he doesn't waste his shots at all.
The 25th anniversary of the Indiana Masters is brought to you by Brunswick. For the latest releases and product information, like them on Facebook at Brunswick Bowling or go to brunswickbowling.com. Mike Alby's Arrowhead Bowl. Bowling, games, billiards, birthday parties, corporate events, and more. What are you waiting for? Arrowheadbowl.com. Getting a good look at the young man named Connor Pula, who might have a small frame, but he's got a big game.
Very solid. Gets the line really well. Good hand release and good power. Just made a little bit of a mistake there in the third frame. Got it in a little bit, and it was a 4-6-7. But comes back with a good strike. Bowling a really tough Ryan Burton, who actually went crossover, tripped to 4 in the third, but threw a great flush strike in the fourth for a double. So Ryan's out in front on that one early.
A lot of new names, new faces. It's always a great sign for the game of bowling here. Chris Toyce there with a trip of the 8, almost a stone 8, but he strikes in the fourth. But he finds himself behind early here by 18 to Gene Perez. Excuse me, that's Daniel Miller. Well, our sheets of integrity are wrong. What we sound like we have no clue what we're doing, Mike.
Well, it didn't say that on top. Sheets of integrity.
Oh, the sheet said Gene Perez against Chris Toyce, and I look over there and I said that's Daniel Miller.
Oh, Ryan Burton going away. Brooklyn blows that 5 to the left for 3 in a row. That's back-to-back shots. Brooklyn on that lane. But in this type of condition when they're difficult, you got to have those breaks, but it's how you use them. Can you come back with a couple good shots that gives you a string? And Ryan's been able to do that. We'll see what happens on lane 7 here. As an opponent, you don't want to see that, but his opponent came back after the 4-6-7 and gets a double, so he's back in the game as well.
Well, right now, Nick Squires can't get any strikes going. A lot of 9 spares.
Pound in the pocket. He's pounding the pocket.
Just a 9-pin lead over Kyle Luckett. And, boy, that's how you take advantage of the break, Mike. You come back with a great shot like Ryan did right there on lane 7. Oh, and airmail there.
Yeah, I know what happened with that one with Mr. Squires there.
Trying to grab a little bit more, try to trip that corner out.
I think you're right. You catch yourself trying to strike before you throw it, and that just makes you want to turn it a little bit early, left of target. Left's very tough spare there. 1-3-6-9.
Well, in this pattern, you don't want anything multiple pin that you have more ways than one to chop it or miss it. Good
nice
cover.
spare. Boy, didn't seem to bother him. I would have worried about it myself, but great spare.
Chris Hankins with a nice split conversion in the 5th and strikes in the 6th. Cameron Bollinger, open frame 4-bagger, has the early lead there on 9 and 10.
Nice shot, Connor. Pretty shot.
The triple now for Connor Pula with strikes in the 4th, 5th, and 6th frames, and kind of lets Ryan Burton know that, hey, I'm still here, even though Ryan's got a 24-pin lead.
Well, but he's had 2 Brooklyns on the right lane, so we'll see what kind of move do you make with that, without getting in trouble. And as we talked before, there's not many places to throw on this look today that keeps you safe.
Wow, Cameron Bollinger just shreds the rack on 10. That's 5 in a row. The winner of that match will get the winner of the Luckett-Squires match in round number 2.
That's left. Connor getting the break there on lane 7, just leaving the 6, 9, 10.
You got to imagine this is his first experience in a really pressure situation
Solid game, though.
Yeah.
Those are really, really nice.
These young kids, they don't know any better, Mike. They're just
Well, they've had so much, with the state of our game now, with what the youth are able to bowl in, the tournaments they have, and the not international, but countrywide tournaments and that. They've got a lot of opportunities to learn, and they come out ready to bowl.
Again, want to thank everyone for watching this afternoon here in the chat. Appreciate it. We hope you enjoy the presentation here of the Indiana Masters here on Savage Bowling TV. Round number 1, first round here. All 32 bowlers left. We'll have winners. We'll take on them. We'll stay in the winners bracket. Losers will go to the loser bracket. And then after 2 rounds, we'll lose a few bowlers to the double elimination. It'll go by quick. Everyone will start the next round at the same time. Cameron Bollinger there with the spare.
Yeah, good run off that 4 in a row there.
Now you're watching
5 in a row.
lanes 13 through 16. Oh,
I don't think Nick's supposed to have a strike. My goodness, solid 9 there on lane 6. A lot of ball speed, but he seems really comfortable, really lined up, still with a small lead.
oh,
What a beautiful move there by Ryan Burton.
just so solid.
And went back-to-back Brooklyns on that lane and trips out a late solid 8, but great shot.
Oh, Chris Hankins with a stone 9 on a strike. He needed that double. Boy, that is frustrating as a player. You make that good of a shot.
Especially one-game matches, it's tough to make up and catch up if you get behind.
He could have cut that deficit down to just 22 pins. Now he's going to be down 32 with a spare here in the late stages of his game. Frame number 7. They go by fast, don't they?
Really quick. And when you're bowling, it goes even faster, it seems like. Ryan Burton 6 in a row now.
I take it Ryan likes the pair.
Hey, there's a strike for Nick Squires. Pretty shot.
Local product here, right here in Anderson. Bowls his leagues here.
And I don't think they're bowling on a house condition here, so
Yeah.
The only thing that helps with is the ambience of the bowling center, which is a very good one here from Angie, the manager here, and the owner, Dave Small.
Yeah, well, you think if this was their house pattern, you got a lot of patient league bowlers, that's for darn sure.
Yeah, it's a great facility to host the tournament in.
Well, Chris Toyas was able to string 3 strikes here on 11 and 12 and takes a 30-pin lead here over Daniel Miller after he opened back-to-back 4th and 5th frames. And now he's staring at a 2-7 split here. Now you're watching the middle part of the house here, Jacob Sisk.
Kyle Luckett on lane 6 just got that double to take the lead over Nick Squires, our tournament leader, our number 1 seed. That was a big shot.
No real advantage being the number 1 seed in this format, is there?
Well, I mean, I think comfortability helps, but when you're in a one-game match, that really neutralizes a lot of things. But Nick's come out, the number 1 seed, Nick Squires, has come out really comfortable, and he's hit the pocket. He just hadn't been rewarded yet. Now he's going to have to come from behind.
Yeah, trails by 5 to Kyle Luckett.
Oh, gorgeous shot there by Kyle Luckett.
I've said it in the past, Kyle Luckett is one of those sneaky good players. He doesn't do a ton at the bottom, but he keeps it on line, and he's got a solid
perfect
physical
shot.
game,
Yeah, right there. That was exactly an example of what you just said.
Wow. Connor with a Brooklyn attempt there, and the 6-pin goes right over the top of the 10.
Yeah, over the top.
Oh, now we're starting to see a little bit of trouble here by Nick Squires. He needed that strike there to match.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble now.
Kyle's 3-bagger.
Now he's going to need some help.
Well, and you have Cameron with the open in the 8th frame. Remember how we talked? You throw 4 or 5 in a row, and it seems like when you miss, it's an open frame.
Yeah, there's just
Split.
no safe place.
Chris Toyas just opened after he threw 3 in a row, Mike. That's left on Ryan Burton's shot. Fortunate to leave just the 1-3-9.
Yeah, Ryan will take that 7 and move on and try to get the spare and just get out of this frame. This lane's given him a little bit of fits, but he's made those breaks count.
225 possible for Chris Hankins, and Cameron Bollinger on a 2:11 pace. And he gets the strike in the ninth.
Nick Squires with the 3-9-10. Difficult spare.
Oh, and Ryan with the open frame here late.
He's already, looks like he's got enough already, it looks like. Yeah.
211, the max score for Connor. Ryan's already at 215. Open frame. Oh, pin coming across. Open frame in the ninth, Mike. And we could have our first upset by seed.
By seed, yes.
Oh, Chris Hankins with the strike. Whoa.
Ryan switching balls, just trying to take a look, see what else he can, with this other ball, what that will do. It's the time to do it when you already got the match wrapped up. Total pins, as long as it's more than your opponent, that's the only thing that matters. So, yeah, he's already got that wrapped up. Good idea to move. Trying a different one now, moving back out, see what he can come up with. Good use of that 10th frame. Take a couple extra practice shots and see what it looks like.
222, the final score for Ryan Burton. I know you're investigating what's there, but you can't like the result of those 2 shots. Oh.
Kyle Luckett, great shot. 4-9, but got the 9 out of there. Leaving just a 4. Needs to pick up this 4-pin, Kyle Luckett, to continue to add to his lead. He's not wrapped up yet over Nick Squires, but he's got an opportunity to make it really difficult here with the spare.
Just fill frames here. Boy, Chris Hankins putting the pressure on Cameron Bollinger here. If he strikes here, he's going to force Cameron to double. Oh, and he comes in high. However, that's going to force, with the spare here, that's going to force Cameron to double anyway. He's going to be 213 if he needs to get a pin here to force Cameron to double to win. Actually get the first one to win. Excuse me. He could shoot 231. All right, that's going to force Cameron to get this first one here, Mike, in the 10th frame. And that'll wrap things up for Kyle Luckett.
Yep. Nick Squires will be relegated down to the loser's bracket.
And I believe Nick Squires will take on the loser of this Cameron Bollinger Chris Hankins match.
They don't get any easier either as you keep going.
No, they don't. The pressure keeps mounting. This to advance. Oh, what a shot.
What a nice shot.
Wow.
Pretty shot, yep. No doubt there. Of course, the way the 8s and 9s have been popping up, I've been a little concerned, but that was perfectly high flush.
That was an absolutely fantastic shot, especially under the circumstances.
Yeah.
Well, now we turn our attention here a little bit to the Daniel Miller-Chris Toyas match here on 11 and 12. Daniel with a 101 in the 7th, spare in the 8th. He's got 181. Chris Toyas on a 184 pace. Obviously, Daniel is going to have to strike and get some help from Chris in that match. So your winners here in front of us are Kyle Luckett, the 32 seed. Ryan Burton, I believe Ryan is, the 25 seed. So we had a couple of upsets already here, seed-wise. Cameron Bollinger and Chris Hankins, the 16 and 17 seed. Cameron winning that match. Oh, and a split for Daniel Miller. And that's going to really make things a little bit easier for Chris Toyas now, who was already up 20 pins. Now looking to increase that, sitting on the bench. Nick could never get lined up.
No.
He was lined up but couldn't get anything going early in that match, right?
Then trying to find a little bit different angle and just lost the pocket after that.
Yeah, make your picks here in the chat if you'd like. We're going to be, since we're broadcasting, we're going to be a little unbiased here. I'm not picking anyone. And any type of mark here for Toyas, and he just washes out in the 9th frame, Mike. Daniel Miller with 128 in the 9th. You can still have 158. Chris just needs to get some pins here in the next 2 frames, and he gets 1.
You'd like to get a few more.
To be honest with you now, in order to shut out Daniel Miller, Chris Toyas needs to mark here in the 10th frame. 147 to 128. This is one of those games where you take it, no, you take it.
Yeah, and it's just can't find a place. You just want to find something that's going to give you the head pin and not too high. Just give you something you make a spare with.
Well, and then you have Connor Pula shooting 211 and losing, and Chris Hankins shooting 213 to lose. Oh my goodness.
That was a little scary, that 7-10. Knocked the 10 out late, but much better shot.
That was, you're right. That would have been potentially devastating.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is start looking around and see what score you know, with Connor shooting 211 and losing. That's the last thing you want to do is start looking around, see the people that won with less than you had. Yeah, there's enough trouble going on. You don't need to add to it.
Wes Gamblin needs this shot right here to stay in his match, and pin comes across. Well, Wes Gamblin's going to lose here in his match to Tyler Knight. Of course, we don't see what happens all the way down there, unfortunately. See Gene Perez throwing a shot.
Well, he tripped a 6, as long as there's nothing else left. I saw the 6 go out.
I believe Ryan Burton will take on the winner of this Daniel Miller-Chris Toyas match. Oh, and Chris missed. I didn't see that. He missed the 7-pin. Daniel had a chance to double in the 10th to win.
Wow.
And airmails the head pin to.
Yeah, 150s.
Can you believe 156 is going to win?
Well, that's what you do. You just take it and run.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because they're not going to look at the end of the tournament and see who had the highest average. It's who finished with at least only one loss, but you can be undefeated as well and still.
Well, here's the thing: if Chris had 9 lives, he just used about 7.
I don't say
right
you don't
there.
want to count on that anymore. Yeah, that wouldn't be a consideration for the best part you can.
Right. All right, welcome back here in the broadcast booth. Scott Gilmore, Mike Albee bringing you action here from the 25th anniversary of the Indiana Masters from Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana. Round number 1 just about finished here. And some really, if you're the guys that lose shooting 200 plus and you turn around and you look over at that Toyas and Miller match and 156 advances to the winner's bracket of that, it's tough to. That's the tough part about it.
Yeah, that's why you keep your head down and just worry about your own bowling. But yeah, no, those do get to you if you let it. But and if you're in that match, you definitely forget it and move on. You're 1-0, and that's the key. You get you the next one, just start lining yourself back up and getting your head back in it.
Right. Now here's the thing, with no more warm-ups. Yeah, these guys are going to go to a new pair, and you start right away, right? How challenging, and what does that bowler need to do early on in that match to get comfortable?
Yeah, that's probably the hardest part about this whole thing is there's no practice when you move pairs, so you have no idea what you hopefully have a little bit of an idea where to go. The most important thing that you can do as a bowler when you get to that new pair, first frame and the second frame, you've got to make the best possible physical shot you can make, because then you can make an adjustment off that. If you throw a bad shot on your first or second frame, now all of a sudden you've got to guess on what the lanes are really like. So that those first 2 frames are so important on making a great physical shot.
Yeah. Well, and when you have some matches that, throw more strikes, you're done earlier, and you have a match like the Miller-Toyas match, there's a lot of second balls being thrown. You could be waiting for a few minutes before you start too, even.
And it's a little better in the wintertime here because things are a little cooler, so your hand doesn't swell on that. But, boy, you still have to worry about your rhythm.
All right, one thing I do like about how Jeff does this, no round begins until everybody's ready, and it kind of keeps things at a good pace.
It's the fairest way it can happen, yeah. Fairest way you can do it. Because otherwise there's going to be a big advantage, as you talked about, with the pace. If somebody's bowling really quick, you get a couple quick matches, and you're waiting.
Well, we have here in front of us here Cameron Bollinger, Kyle Luckett on 7 and 8, Ryan Burton and Chris Toyas on 9 and 10, Daniel Miller and Connor Pula on 5 and 6, Chris Hankins and Nick Squires on 11 and 12. And now, if you're Daniel Miller, you're coming off a really struggled game. What do you do now in your mindset is like, just, all right, this is brand new event, kind of forgetting everything that you did prior?
Yeah, I think you want to forget a lot of the game prior to that. You want to kind of go to where you think you should play, but wherever he decides and however he decides to throw it, you have to do it with the utmost confidence so you make a clean, good shot with confidence. The worst thing you can do is go up there and not be sure once you step up on the approach. Make your decision well before you step up on the approach. If you're trying to do the thinking as you set your feet, you're not going to get the cadence and the pre-shot routine you need to make that good shot.
Yeah, again, we appreciate you guys watching here this afternoon. And if you like what you see, please, we encourage you to hit the like button, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Plenty of live stream action coming up here in the next couple of months. Plus, we'll have some cool, podcasts coming up here in the next couple of months, too, as well. And we appreciate you taking your time off your Sunday. No football this weekend. Super Bowl is next weekend. Unfortunately for me, I could care less about either team. I'm a Cowboys fan. I know it. I can't help it. I've been since I was a little kid, and
you didn't tape the Pro Bowl?
No. Yeah. They
it's hard to believe you still have it.
They didn't do anything. I don't quite get all that. Those guys are not going to want to hit each other, and
they don't.
Right. Yeah. Cameron Bollinger with a strike
Beautiful
here
shot.
In the second frame. Strikes for both Miller and Pula here early. Maybe that's a good sign for Daniel Miller. Oh, that's a high flush strike. You have no choice now, right? You lose and you're done.
Yeah. And he's coming out like he needs to win, Daniel Miller.
Deep down inside, you're kicking yourself because you're thinking, all I had to do was shoot 160.
Yeah, one got away from you,
And I'm advanced, and I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I've had games like that where you shoot really bad and you think, gosh, I could have just picked the ball up off the rack and threw it straight to head pin and done better. But, you know, the competitiveness and you won't let you do that.
Kyle Luckett follows up Cameron strike with one of his own, and now Ryan Burton on an open frame here. Second frame. Ooh.
Ryan made a thought change here. He's moved to the outer part of the lane the last two shots and just not getting an early enough roll to get him into play.
Nick Squires and Chris Hankins both spare strikes in the first and second frame. And Kyle Luckett with a double. All of a sudden, we got some strikes going here.
Yeah, that was a little bit wide left, but boy, he got the mix like he was coming in from the left side. Those are the breaks you want.
Oh, kind of a bad break there for Ryan Burton.
Yeah, played the backup ball and just like leaving a solid 7 on that spare. 9 out.
Well, quickly, he's down 22 to Chris Toyes just through 2 frames. Bailey Maverick is taking on Corey Hersha. We don't know if that's a winner's bracket match or not. That's a big match there. And boy, Ryan Burton again with a washout. Boy, he is all of a sudden lined up on 7-8, now lost.
Looks like he's throwing it good. It looks like it's coming off his hand good and everything. That's the part of the lane he feels comfortable with apparently, but he's got the same reaction on 3 straight balls. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Boy, if you're Chris Toyes sitting on the bench, if your opponent starts out open, you got to feel like, is this my day or what?
Chris being left-handed as well, I'd be a little concerned about what I'm doing here. But last thing you can do is feel like letting up. You got to find a way to keep putting some room between you and your opponent.
Okay, you're watching lanes 5 and 6 and 9 and 10 here. We'll move the cameras around. We have 13 through 16 as well. Oh, what a horrific break there for Cameron Bollinger. Now the 7-9.
Yeah, I was blocked out by him when he threw it. It looked like he was going to be a little high, but I thought he was going to trip the 4, and wow. He got the full penalty on that one, leaving a 7-9 on a double, too.
And Chris Hankins comes in after opening in the 3rd, now staring at another open with the 2-8-10 split. And he's looking at back-to-back opens here. Remember, he's in the loser's bracket, so you lose, you're out, and Chris Toyes just missed the 3-6.
Yeah, you got to be careful giving Ryan Burton some extra life there.
Well, nothing loosened up my swing more when I see my opponent go open, and thinking I'm just going to do whatever I can just to play as straight as possible. Keep my angles in front of me, but obviously you still have to bowl the pattern and the condition. Oh, Kyle Luckett lined up.
Nice shot.
That is spare 3-bagger. He has an.
That's how you take advantage of those ones where you're really fortunate on.
He's got a 34-pin lead here. 24-pin lead here. Can make it 34 with a strike here in the 5th. Chris Toyes with a nice comeback strike in the 4th. But one thing that you've done here, if you're Chris, though, you've kind of given Ryan a little bit of life.
A little bit of life, yep.
Right?
Looks like Ryan's still outside there.
Instead of being down, maybe 40, he's only down 20. Now he comes back with a light strike, but, he just doesn't look like he's really fond of his ball reaction.
But he's seeing something to stay out there, so you kind of wonder. Now he got it up to where he's got a little light, but got the head pin and got a strike out of it. See if he makes another little move. See, that puts him up into the pocket. We know he can throw the strings, so.
Daniel Miller,
what a great last shot. Just high, flush, beautiful look. Great turn. Look at that. Beautiful shot.
Wow.
4 in a row.
On 11 and 12, this young man shot 135, I believe.
And to come out and bowl the first 4 the next game on a new pair with no practice. Great job.
Sometimes, Mike, and you could probably not necessarily attest to this, as Ryan Burton just goes 3.79. Sometimes we have our adrenaline increases so much, and sometimes you have a hard time controlling it. Even though you get that one game under your belt, whether you win or lose, sometimes now you're a little bit more into a comfortable feeling. Get that one game under your belt. Unfortunately, you hope to always win, but sometimes that happens.
Well, Daniel Miller's showing some great confidence in his game, and he's come out and took all the pressure off himself and just come out and tried to make some great shots. And boy, talk about great shots. He's thrown 4 of the prettiest strikes you've seen.
Well, Ryan Burton now with 55 in the 5th. Chris Toyes with a big lead here early. It's always hard, you telling yourself fill frames, but it's easier said than done on this pattern. Chris Hankins with back-to-back-to-back opens, strikes in the 6th. Nick Squires with a double in the 4th and 5th frame has a commanding lead in that match. Loser of that match goes home, and Chris Toyes with a double here. Huge shot there for Chris.
Yeah, that was a big one. That really added some pins to the deficit for Ryan Burton.
Well, it's probably a good thing Connor doesn't know what Daniel Miller shot his first game, because he would probably be absolutely in shock that a guy that shoots 130 his first game would come out with front 4 in his very next match.
Yeah, Connor's he's still throwing the ball really well. He just hasn't been able to get some breaks, and probably more bad breaks than good breaks. But just got to keep finishing the game as strong as you can and see if the game can turn around for you.
Oh, Burton's in trouble now. A couple of really good shots there by Chris Toyes. Now, if you're Ryan Burton, Mike, what do you do here? Are you looking for something totally different, or are you just gonna?
He's still outside, so he feels like something's there.
Oh.
Wow, that is purely just the wind knocked that 7
the
pin
7
out.
pin fell
Fell
forward.
Yeah. That was a great shot. Now, he's 2 times in a row he struck on that lane, but this left lane, he still has yet to get it up there to get him in position to throw a strike and not leave it open. So this is, I think it's all or none on this one for Ryan Burton on lane 9.
Chris Seyfarth here on 13 and 14. Well, and really, this is the match right here, is this shot. You gotta, if you can double and at least show Chris that, hey, I'm lined back up here. I might be able to make a run here, put any type of pressure, and that one's left.
Yeah, that lane is just not coming up. A little less ball speed might be a help. I mean, that ball's just not grabbing the lane early enough to get in position to throw a strike. So. Yeah, Ryan Burton with a spare. He's only got 185 left. Good spare.
Miller coming in light, leaving the 245. And if you're thinking you're Chris Toyes here, you win your first match, your opponent shoots 130, and really Ryan is on pace to shoot about 150.
Yeah.
Boy, you got to be thinking to yourself, man, is this my day or what?
Right, yeah.
But as we progress round by round, the games, the opponents, these are going to be the guys that are lined up,
Yep.
bowling well.
Yep.
Great shot there.
And Chris is one of the ones lined up right now.
No panic there, right? Even though he didn't bowl good his first game, now you get acclimated to the settings, and
it's one at a time. Yep, that's all you can take it.
When they talk about the PGA Tour and you're trying to win a PGA tournament, and the difference between leaving yourself 1-footers for par and 5-footers, the stress level.
Yes.
When you have easy matches, boy, the stress level much better for you, because the more stress, the more difficult it goes as you get there mentally, right? All right, gets out of that one. Man, Cameron Bollinger here down 34. He needs a strike here.
Oh, looks like he had the ball in the right part of the lane. Just didn't recover.
The ball on his starting pair that he was on, that was tipping from that point. Here he's just getting a little bit more of a push. Still, if you're Chris there in open frame, you just want to mark.
Yeah, he's going to need just one mark the rest in the 9th and 10th, but that's assuming Ryan can put together strikes all the way to the end. Now, he's struck the last 2 times on this lane, Ryan Burton has.
Well, and
oh my goodness,
if Ryan can throw a double, he's still going to force Chris to mark somewhere in that 9th or 10th frame,
make him
right?
think. Yep.
185 still out there for Ryan, boy. But I just, Mikey's just, he just doesn't have a good look on this pair.
No, that outside look is just like that one just broke loose when he got in a little bit. But we know what happens when you go left with it. It doesn't recover. Now he's not had a shot on this lane, lane 9, to even have an opportunity to strike.
Well, Kyle Luckett in full control. Oh, what a pin's going everywhere. Of course, Cameron's like, yeah, that one goes. But Kyle in full control in his match. Oh, what a break. Boy, the pins just fly in this building. Well, Connor Pula there with a strikes in the 6th and 7th frame, Mike. He's still in his match.
Giving himself a chance.
A lot can happen, and we've seen it.
Yeah, just right here in the couple pair we're watching.
Oh, my goodness. Now we're talking about 5-footers for par, right?
Yeah.
You keep putting yourself in positions where you make things taxing on yourself. It wears on you over the course of time.
Yeah, and you start leaving shots like that, where you just you don't want to be careful out there. You got to make your best shot you can.
Open frame here in the 9th. And now Chris Toyas is looking to mark to shut out his opponent. If anything less than that, Ryan Burton can step up in the 10th frame and somehow win this match.
Well, and if you're looking to win, you really don't want to get in the loser's bracket this early if you can avoid it. I mean, you're not out of it, but boy, to get this game would be big to get you to the next round.
Daniel Miller there with a 9 spare in the 7th. So here we go. Chris Toyas here. Mark and any type of count will advance. Oh,
that was close. Yeah, that could have left a few things. But, hey, that's all part of it. Just leave that 3-pin and make sure you can cover that up.
This is probably the toughest 2-pin that Chris has had, or 3-pin that Chris has had to shoot at in a while. Ooh, oh. And he got
it. Yeah.
Well, he just needs 5 pins to shut out Ryan Burton.
Well, I'll tell you what, how many 5 counts we got on this one? I mean, you know, it's like there's been, I guess, only one, but there's been some ugly-looking spares left on this pair.
I'm telling you right now, this is going straight at the head pin if it's me. I'm not giving the head pin away at all.
I would probably be with you on that one. Although he sits the pocket enough that, you know, he knows where it's at. Well, he made sure that was in.
Yeah.
Once again, it's all about winning. It's not how it looks or what the score is, other than having one more pin than your opponent.
Yeah, Chris with really some unnecessary stress that game, though. But he's fortunate that Ryan just never could get anything going on his pair.
But he's never thrown a shot on this 9 and 10 Ryan Burton where he threw the first game. He's never thrown a shot inside. He's kind of went out where he tried at the end of that game the last time, but you know, haven't seen it work yet. We'll see what he does here with the spare, because he wants the spare here so he can get another ball to try a practice ball with here, and that's what he'll do here. Let's see what he does.
Chris Hankins is going to be eliminated. Nick Squires has 248 out there. Connor Pula here with a 9 count in the 8th frame. And Daniel Miller on a 220 pace.
Ryan Burton stayed outside.
164 for Ryan Burton. 215 the score possibly for Connor Pula here with a mark and a strike in the 9th. Not over that yet there in their match. As we've witnessed here on numerous occasions, spares are not given.
No, they are not. We've seen some good shots at some spares, and they've wrapped around the corner pin, or there's been one break or another.
Well, Kyle Luckett will advance. He's got 230 out there. The most that Cameron Bollinger can get to is 203. Must strike here for Connor Pula here on lane 5. That's the only match in question here in front of us. Winners will sit out a round. That's the luxury of winning your first 2 matches. Oh, he didn't like it, Mike. Yeah, no. 7 count. No. Well, he needs to mark here, and he's going to have some help. And right now, Daniel Miller is not giving any. Clean through 8.
Can't throw him any better than that one.
Look, Chris Seyfarth with a split conversion there. Looks like Chris, that game is pretty tight between, looks like Chris Seyfarth and Ryan Hernandez. Boy, Cameron Bollinger with the last 4 strikes just so pure. He's probably thinking to himself, why didn't I see that just a little bit sooner? Now, any type of mark here, and that's a great one there for Daniel Miller.
Daniel Miller's throwing the ball really well this game.
Well, that's going to advance Daniel on into the losers bracket, and the day is going to be over for Connor Pula here. But a great weekend nonetheless for the young man.
Yeah, Connor throws it very, very well, so I'm sure we will see him in some of these tournaments in the future.
Chris Seyfarth with a strike in the first ball in the 10th. Cannot see what the scoring is in that match here on 13 and 14. Oh, 2-8 10. Well, looks like Chris is in full control in his match.
I think Daniel Miller's got enough over here on the first pair of 5 and 6.
Yeah, everything done there but the final score.
It's like any of these matches, you know, you want to mark in a 10th frame because you want that fill ball to give you an opportunity to try something if you want to and not waste a frame that really counts at this point. So any kind of opportunity to get you an extra practice ball here or there, that's what you want.
Charles Rott wants to know, when is Mike going to become a professional bird wrangler?
Yeah, you know, I noticed that about 10 minutes ago. I'm still trying to figure it out. So so it may not be in the near future, since I'm not sure how to take it.
Well, Mark Pruitt is taking Gene, Kyle, or Cameron. Well, Cameron just lost.
Did Gene win the first one? Do we know?
I don't know.
I think we're still waiting for that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll update that as soon as we get a sheet.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what all happens here. We'll try to get some words with the gentlemen still in the winner's bracket. They'll have a round off. I believe they'll be able to go to 1 and 2 to warm up in between rounds to stay loose. Remember, you get no warm-ups.
Even after the break here, right?
Yeah.
Winner's bracket, which is great to be in there, and that's where you want to be, but now you're going to sit out a game, and then you still don't get any practice on the actual pairs that you'll be bowling on. You can come down here and warm up, however.
All right, just a couple more shots here in this round, and we'll be on into the third round with just the loser side of the bracket bowling. The winners will get a round off here. And again, we'll be back here with more here from the Indiana Masters after this short timeout.
tournament office. We will get you a check written in about 10 minutes. Appreciate you staying around and getting those. All right, matches can begin. Good luck.
Go ahead.
All right, welcome back here to the Indiana Masters here, 25th anniversary. And we're in round number 3, just the loser side of the bracket participating. We have 16 losers here that will lose 8 guys after this round. Well, Mike, I'm down here on the high end of the house seeing who is left, what matches we have going on. It looks like Chris Seyfarth is taking on Chris Hartung. Bailey Maverick is down here in the losers bracket. Jeremy Adler is down here in the losers bracket. He's taking on Nick Squires. Cameron Bollinger is taking on Billy Hibbard. And Jeff Parrish and Jeff Grego are down here on 19 and 20.
Yeah, there's some surprises down there in the losers bracket. So now it's now or never if you're going to keep going towards the title here. You got to win this match.
We got Ryan Burton taking on Zach Newman, and Zach just opened there, Mike, missing a single pin spare in the second.
Ryan Burton, after that last game, he's got his work cut out for him to get lined back up and see if he can get this match. But I'm sure he's got a plan and an idea.
Daniel Miller is taking on Bailey Maverick. I was waiting to see who Bailey's opponent was.
Well, Daniel Miller, I mean, we've seen both ends of the spectrum for Daniel. The last game was a great game, bowled really superb. We obviously know the first game was very difficult for him, but almost got away with that one, but didn't. And so we'll see what happens this game.
Jeff Grego here and Jeff Parrish match. Grego starts out 9 spare, 8 spare. Jeff Parrish 9 spare strike. So 2-pin lead early on in their match here. A lot of pressure in this round, Mike. You lose and you're done for the weekend.
This is it. Yeah, your back's against the wall for sure.
Well, right there in front of you, Mike, on 11 and 12, you're going to see 2 distinct different styles in Dwayne Burton and Scott Tapley.
And we've got right in front of us, we got Alan Criswell, who started out with spare strike in this match.
You know, Mike, as we see these rounds get later and later, we're going to see the pace of play get slower and slower.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously more important. Every shot is becoming more and more important.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, the other thing, too, especially in this round, I mean, there's a lot of lanes between each other.
Yeah.
So you can take your time a little more. You're not kind of caught in that cadence thing where you're kind of coming, one goes, you go, the back and forth. Now you can kind of dictate your own pace.
Right.
And especially if you start off struggling, then you want to slow down and kind of regroup and not get caught up in that fast pace where you just start throwing.
These are all elimination bracket matches, I believe.
Alan Criswell comes up with a good double there, blows the 5 out on lane 8. Now spare double.
All right, matches throughout the entire house here going on. And once we get our sheets so we can find out who's left in the winner's side outside of, we know Kyle Luckett and Chris Toyas are in the winner's bracket. We're not sure everyone else. But we have matches from lane 7 all the way down to like lane 36 going on.
And we know these are do or die. So win and you stay, lose and you're out in this round.
And I mentioned to you, too, how important or how much different your match here on 11 and 12, two totally different ways to get to the pocket here on 11 and 12. Scott Tapley's going to go right off the corner. Dwayne's going to be more inside, swinging it. And once we get more information here from the tournament director, we'll try to get some conversations with those that are still in the winner's bracket. No one has walked down to lanes 1 and 2 to warm up here so far, Mike. Kind of surprising here when you're halfway through a match.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'd probably wait maybe another couple frames and maybe get to the 7th, 8th, 9th and start throwing a few just to get loose, not to get a read or anything, just make sure the ball's still, your thumb's coming out clean and that sort of thing, you know.
Notable players still are eliminated. One of them, Gene Perez, out in 2 games.
That's probably. Now, is Nick Squires still in?
Yes, he's bowling
still
down
in,
here.
so
He's bowling Jeremy Adler all the way down on 35 and 36.
So the biggest surprise for me so far, and probably going to be for the tournament, is that Gene Perez loses in 2 rounds. And that makes for a tough day, boy, when you got a good look and you get out there and then just things don't work out for whatever reason and you're out in the first 2 rounds. But we know Gene will be around again.
Yeah, Cameron Bollinger is down bowling Billy Hibbard. Billy Hibbard was the number 2 seed. So the number 1 and number 2 seeds are down here bowling in the loser's bracket side of things.
Wow.
And a winner go home.
Yeah,
match.
the whole kind of flipped the whole script here.
Dwayne Burton with 4 in a row. Dwayne is a solid player. Looks like Corey Hersha is still in the winner's bracket. Scott Tapley with a nice strike there. Doubles in the 5th and 6th. Just goes to show you, Mike, there's multiple ways to get to the pocket.
Yeah, there are, and it changes by the game. I mean, even for the same player, because looking for different angles and trying to find that one look where you can get a little comfortable, get settled in. But so far you haven't seen anything that really looks like it's comfortable to settle in with.
Yeah. And a 4-bagger now for Scott Tapley. That is one heck of a match here on 11 and 12.
Yeah, and he had a double prior to that, so he's right in there. They're pretty much dead even at this point.
All right, I'm going to sneak away here and try to get some words with those still alive in the winner's bracket. I'll leave the rest of this round to you and Chad here. And
we don't want to see you going out the front door now.
If I'm anywhere, I'm probably in the bar and lounge. No, I'm kidding. Yes, so we'll try to get some results here to you fans that are watching as soon as we can. We're just waiting on the tournament office to bring us some information that we can share with you. But we do know 3 that are alive in the winner's bracket still, and that's Chris Toyas, Kyle Luckett, and Corey Hersha. So we'll try to and Jacob Sisk is another one that looks like he's still alive. So we'll try to get some words here with some of those in the winner's bracket to see how things are going for them. And sit tight and enjoy the 25th anniversary of the Indiana Masters.
All right, we're still here looking at 11 and 12.
Solid match on 11 and 12.
I got to watch Scott's camera.
That's why we had to wear the red shirts today.
Yeah,
so we could see where Scott was at.
Well, I mean, I can watch his camera on the machine.
Oh,
there,
okay.
And it's just pointed towards the floor right now. But when
He's
I
trying
see
to
he
make
has-
you dizzy.
Yeah, when I see he has somebody, I need to make sure his microphone's on too.
Well, guys, I don't know if you're going to all the way down here on 31 and 32, so hopefully my microphone
Yeah, you're good.
stays with you guys, but if I cut in and out, I apologize. But we had one heck of a match down here with Bailey Maverick and Daniel Miller. Daniel Miller starts 7 spare, 7 spare, throws the next 6,
Wow.
and he's trailing.
Oh,
Bailey Maverick has the front 9 down here.
Ooh.
that's really exciting.
Well, you'll be our live stream camera for that pair. Is that what you're pointing at right now?
Yeah, this is Daniel Miller stepping up here in the 10th frame. He could strike out for 256, and this match is already done. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Now that'll make you shake your head when that happens on this. Wow.
No pressure to leave the camera steady here.
All right, so Scott, I have the buys. It's Kyle Luckett, Chris Toyos, Tyler Knight, Jacob Sisk, Corey Hersha, Hunter Glaze, Aiden Fellows, and Austin Schultz. They all they have the buys this round.
Boy, what a tough break here for Daniel Miller. Remember, guys, this gentleman shot 137 or 8 his first match to lose, and then bowls really well against Connor Pula, and now is going to lose with 246.
And the 130, he lost by, I think, less than 20. So, yeah, some tough breaks. I'll tell you, I like the way he was throwing it, though. I'll tell you what, he looked great down here when he had that one game. The ball just revved
Right here
up.
on 5 and 6.
Yeah, ball revved up early but didn't hook early.
Yep.
Come back with power, and he threw it great. So obviously he's still throwing it great. But that's this format. Well, you can get eaten up real fast by this format.
Well, and Bailey Maverick and Daniel Miller know each other quite well. They're from the same area as high school players.
All right, we have you on full screen.
Well, there's the announcer, Jinx. Look.
Oh,
yeah,
there he is.
Yeah.
Pointed it out. He pointed it
yeah,
right
he
out.
pointed right at. Yeah.
Sorry, man. We'll move on.
Well, not surprising I get blamed for that down here.
Yeah, it's tough when the bowler just points you right out.
You know, we got over the hump last year with a couple 300s on the stream. You would think that there's no more jinx.
Right. It's this darn red shirt.
Yeah.
I stuck out like a sore thumb.
We did point that out before you got back online there. We did point that out.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
How about Nick Squires? What's it looking like for him?
Yeah, now, see, it doesn't matter now. Bailey rolled the 2-pin down here.
Oh, it matters.
279. Guys, I was checking out the Jeremy Adler-Nick Squires match, and Nick Squires is going to win that one to advance.
We have a good match down here on 11 and 12.
And that knocks Jeremy Adler out, correct?
Yes. And also a little bit of an update here. Cameron Bollinger really struggling here, and he is going to be knocked out by Billy Hibbard.
Oh.
And it looks like Jeff Grego is going to advance over Jeff Parrish.
And Jeff Parrish has had a pretty good weekend.
Jeff was our third high qualifier.
Mm-hmm. I know he was excited to get that automatic seed into the top 16. Not that he needed automatic. He bowled pretty good.
Hey, guys, I'm not going to put him on camera right here, but maybe I will. Hey, I'm running in here to Kyle Luckett here with us, advancing here in the winner's bracket. And, Kyle, you snuck into the 32nd spot. You have to bowl. Nick Squires at the gate. You got lined up. You like your look here. Both games you bowled real well.
Yeah, if I can get my legs underneath me and just get the ball into a good roll. Yeah, I'm seeing it down lane really well. So nobody's out there where I'm playing, and that's what I like to see. So if I can keep that going the next couple rounds, I'll be very, very excited.
Well, you've always been known for not necessarily rev rate, but a great touch. You find yourself having to put anything specific on the ball, a little more roll, or how are you trying to play it?
It's funny. The ball that I started, I didn't use it all in qualifying, and thought I'd just give it a chance because it's like a bigger core, and it'll get started up sooner. And I thought it was too much in qualifying, but after all the rounds we had, it looked really good going down the lane. So I just stuck with it, and I'm just gonna keep it going.
Well, you decided not to stay loose here on the practice pair in between squat or between rounds.
Yeah, I just didn't want to. I wanted to go down and check some of the other guys, see how they were doing, but I'll head right down to my pair and just get ready, get my mindset right.
All right, best of luck.
Thanks.
Kyle Luckett, everyone.
Yeah.
All right, Scott Tapley in the 10th right here. Leaves a 10 pin.
All right, guys, I've ran in here to Bailey Maverick to talk about my jinx of his front nine down here in his match against Daniel Miller. And Bailey, what a match there. I mean, you and Daniel going strike for strike there. A lot of pressure, but you come out on top. How are things going so far for you?
We're going okay. I mean, we had one bad pair and one bad game with a couple bad shots that equates to losing. So we're here, and we're here to win, so we'll see how it goes. Just don't come around with that thing anymore. And don't come around yelling at me in the middle of my approach.
Yelling at you in the middle. Just got to blame somebody. Blame the guy in the red shirt, right? But anyway, how are you attacking the lanes here, and what are you seeing from one end of the house to the other?
So the middle of the house feels like the track hooks by the doors. It's usually like that. And then when you go up to the top end, there's actually a little bit more of a bounce spot up off to the right. I haven't been to the low end, so I can't speak for that, but I could tell you in front of the doors, the fronts hook a lot more than up on the top end.
Well, it's important to get lined up real quick, but you have to feel good about yourself here, just staying alive in this tournament.
Yep, for sure. I mean, that's all this tournament is a test of who can figure it out faster and who can knock them over the most. So that's the goal. We're going to try and get 10 every shot, but hopefully a spare or something to fill the box is better than looking at a red circle or an open.
Right, I'll try to stay away from you this round.
I mean, you can go back over there.
All right, best of luck.
Well, it looks like Scott Tapley wins 236-229 in a close match.
How'd the Ryan Burton match end up? Do we have any idea?
All right, guys, I'm gonna hold still, Nick. Don't go anywhere. All right, I'm down here with the number one seed here, getting ready to partake in his next round, so we don't want to take too much time of you. But you've had kind of I would say not an up and down day, but struggled game one. But now you're finding yourself in a groove here with a couple of really good games back to back. What are you doing? Are you doing anything different, or are you seeing a big difference here from one end of the house to the other?
So I was throwing a pearl ball to start and wasn't quite seeing the lane the way I really wanted to. So I went to real time, a little surface, a little cleaner, a little quicker. Got in a groove. As long as I hit what I'm aiming at, we're doing all right. Well,
you're very familiar with this house, right? So how important was it for you to kind of get a couple of good matches under your belt and see if you can't make a run here?
It's very important. It really settles you down. So just need to make good shots, and got a tough opponent this game, so see how it goes.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, Nick Squires, everyone.
All right, bowlers, that completes round 3. We're now ready for round 4. So in this round, we have 8 undefeated bowlers in the winner's bracket, and we have 8 one-defeated bowlers in the challenge bracket, whatever it's the loser's bracket. You've already lost. Once you get to your
Jeff,
pairs,
straight and to the point.
you
Yeah.
can begin your matches.
All right, back here in the broadcast booth with you guys. Scott Gilmore, Mike Albee here. 25th anniversary of the Indiana Masters. Want to thank our sponsors as we proceed into this next round. Want to thank Pinhead's Entertainment Center. They have it all. Bowling, games, birthday parties, corporate events, and private suites. Go to bowl@pinheads.com. Tim Mack's Victory Lane Pro Shops. Don't settle for anything less than victory. Locations inside Royal Penn Woodland, Western, and Expo in Indianapolis. And Championship Lanes. Enjoy bowling, games, great food at the premier Family Fun Time Center in Anderson. No matter the occasion, an outing at Championship Lanes is sure to be fun. Some really marquee matches here, Mike, as you look down even in the loser's bracket. Nick Squires taking on Bailey Maverick in this round.
Yeah, he's going to be a tough out for sure.
All right, Kyle Luckett, Chris Toyas, Corey Hersha, Hunter Glaze, Jacob Sisk, and Tyler Knight here right in front of us. 3 winners bracket matches. So hard to believe. I would have never guessed Gene Perez out in 2 rounds. I would have never guessed that, right?
Yeah.
Daniel Miller with a tough loss this past round, shoots 246, and you're going home. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, he did make it around before he lost. The other guys like Connor Pula was out after 2 matches.
Yeah, Wes Gamblin, I believe Richie Benninghoff was out in 2 rounds.
Looks like Joseph Litton.
Yeah, Joe Didion out in 2 rounds. Always tough, right? Jeff Parrish eliminated in the last round. Dwayne Burton with a tough loss against Scott Tapley. I didn't see the final score of that. Did you guys get the final score of that? Oh, Chad said he's
Chad
got something.
Yeah, 236, 229. It was close.
Wow.
Oh, wow. And then Billy Hibbard defeating Cameron Bollinger. And Cameron Bollinger just never got anything going in that match. Chris Seyfarth taking out Chris Hartung. Bailey Maverick, obviously that huge match over Daniel Miller. And then Nick Squires took out Jeremy Adler. And Jeremy never got really comfortable or lined up on his pair either, way down on 35-6.
I think that about catches us up with who's in and out, I think, or close to it.
Yeah. So guys in the winner's bracket still left Austin Schultz. Still in, I think Austin is taking on Aiden Fellows. So all the winner's bracket matches are here on the low end of the house. High end of the house has the loser's bracket matches. We'll try to figure out if we can get some scores from down there. Ryan Burton still alive. Jeff Grego, Billy Hibbard, Bailey Maverick. Some notable names still alive down there in the losers bracket. I believe also trying to see who else is there. Now we got some more stuff here. Jeff taking care of us here. So we'll go through the pairs here. Who's left in the loser side of the bracket? 21 and 22 is Bailey Maverick, Nick Squires. Seeds 1 and 7 there, Mike. 25 and 6 has Chris Seyfarth and Alan Criswell. That's one that was still alive. 29 and 30 has Billy Hibbard and Ryan Burton. And 33 and 34 Scott Tapley and Jeff Grego. So Scott Tapley is going to go from one end of the house now all the way back down to the other. And as we talk to some of the other players, it's much different from one end to the other here.
The highest seed left in the winner's bracket so far is Austin Schultz at number 6.
Yeah, your winner's bracket matches here from 5 and 6, Tyler Knight, Jacob Sisk, seeds 21 and 20. 11 and 12 is Corey Hersha and Hunter Glades, seeds 23 and 31. On 13 and 14, seeds 24, Chris Toyes taking on 32 seed Kyle Luckett. And then on 17 and 18, 6 seed, as you mentioned, Mike, Austin Schultz taking on 14 seed Aiden Fellows.
Yeah, the top of the bracket there, the winner's bracket, all more higher seeds left than the losers bracket. So it'll be interesting to see. Because then elimination bracket, we're going to see a couple of high seeds that are on the edge again.
Kyle Luckett coming in light. You know, talking to Kyle there, you know, Kyle's one that's just going to put a really good touch on the ball, play fairly straight. And he even made the comment that he's kind of felt like, for the most part, was by himself in a couple of his matches here. And I see a few other guys playing somewhat of his area. Jacob Sisk playing the far extreme outside of the lane. Obviously, Scott Tapley in his loser's bracket match, he's going to play a different part of the lane than anyone else. He's going to play it off a twig, going right at the head pin. And believe me, Mike, that's not a terrible line right now.
No, I mean, I think as long as you keep it online, but it's one of those, you know, you got to keep it online, but not too far online, because then all of a sudden it'll break loose on you. And the same way, if you give it a little room, it'll wiggle. So, yeah, let's face it, anywhere you play out there today it's got some pitfalls one direction or the other.
Well, Corey Hersha and Hunter Glaze haven't been down on this end of the house, and
it shows.
Yeah, much different. This championship pair, too, has always been a little tricky. Corey Hersha with back-to-back opens, and Hunter Glaze with an open himself here in the third. I'm telling you right now, don't sleep on Jacob Sisk here in the winner's bracket. He throws it really well. Has quite a bit of collegiate experience, Boldford, Calumet, St. Joe. Mike Kubaki's team up there in the northwest region of the state. seen Hunter Glaze bowl well, especially at the Scratch Classic. We know one thing he's going to do. It's going to be hard, and it's going to be halfway straight to the head pin, but with a lot more hand than you think, but it's a lot of ball speed.
Yeah, he's trying to fill frames. He's missed a spare there early, but it's still going to be a tight match because they're still kind of trying to fill out this low end of the house.
And you got players like Kyle Luckett who spent a majority of his time down on this end of the house. Boy, the best hit right there, Mike. That light hit just send the pin sideways.
Yeah, there was some air underneath those pins. I'll tell you what, they were flying up and around and off. So that was a good shot. Good. That one sends a message there. It's tough to sit for a game and then try to come back and keep the momentum going. It's not easy to do.
Well, and Kyle even said he decided not to even bowl at all.
Yeah, that's surprising because I'd want a little bit just to make sure I can clear the ball like it was and just to kind of get some momentum going because they're not getting any practice when they go over and start the match. So yeah, I would want to have something.
Keep that hand warm.
Yeah. Some of these guys are young though.
Yeah. We'd want to hire a full-time masseuse and chiropractor in here for us, right?
Yeah, I would definitely need that.
The whole thing, yeah. Only 16 players remain. We've lost half the field. Just about almost 2:15 here. Anderson time. Corey Hirsch. Oh boy, is he lucky there, Mike.
Yeah, he knew he needed to hook a little earlier and quickly because he was trying to guide it in there, but got a good break, leaving just a 2, 4, and 8, and got that 10 knocked out late. He was on a strike, so hasn't lost any count.
And he's one that has really stuck with urethane here. I didn't get a look to see what Bailey Maverick was throwing. I assume early he was throwing urethane. He's playing some pairs fairly straight. Jacob Sisk throwing a Roto Grip Gem, one of their bigger balls here.
Yeah, he did not get that to wrinkle the last shot.
You get it too far out and it's not coming back.
It looks like it's got surface on it too.
Oh, Chris coming in light, leaving the 7-9.
Yeah, that had that 3-7-9 look, but got the 3 out, but leaving the 7-9 did not make it easier.
And Scott Dillion in the chat. Ty Knight is a collegiate bowler for Rose Holman here in Terre Haute. He's clean through 5 here on 5 and 6.
And looking at the first couple pair here, clean anything is good.
Yeah. Well, both players are clean through 5. Comes in high, fortunate to leave just the 6-10 there.
I was going to say, I thought maybe you had that other camera out, and that might be what just happened if the gentleman here had Ty had an open.
I'm not getting blamed for anything again.
I was going to say before you said again, I was a little concerned because I thought we've already seen it, we've already witnessed it.
Yeah, I've been called out. Hunter Glaze with a mistake there in the 6th.
That's a tough match right there. They're battling out the opens.
That's just a 1-pin lead for Corey here through 6 frames. Oh,
that was a replay of the last time on that lane. Wow.
Boy,
tons of power.
Yeah, frustrating when you know that you got to make the easy ones, right?
Duck pins don't fly that well. I mean, my gosh, that was, man, power.
Have you ever done the candle pins?
I have not. You know, I I don't know. I think that the duck pins was hard enough.
The candle pins look really hard. Of
Yeah,
course, you
I
know,
mean-
they want them to lay down, and then they actually hit the one that's laid down, so it spins all around.
I was
and knocks
actually
the other one
watching a couple of videos of the ducks last night and the candles actually. My gosh, I don't know. I couldn't get it that far, but I'd throw it through the masking unit probably because it's just they're throwing it so hard I wouldn't know where to let go.
up. Like a wooden ski ball,
yeah,
right?
I'd probably go straight up in the air is probably where it would go. But man,
Oh, a strike there for Corey in the 7th. A one-pin match here on 9 and 10.
my best duck pin shots would be the 1-5 straight back.
Yeah, it's weird. I've done duck pin, and it is weird because the ball just fits. You know, I have small hands anyway, and so it's hard to throw normal, I guess, and feel like you're overthrowing
Now,
it.
I watched Scott Devers throw a couple down in Fountain Square, and he actually, I mean, it was a beautiful release, and you know, he would be great. He could probably bowl on a tour if that, you know. Now, he did turn around once talking to us and with the ball and dropped it, and it went a couple lanes over. But
Wow.
I have a video.
Okay. Please share. Oh,
I'll have to get clearance from
Yeah.
Scott first.
what a break there for Ty Knight. Just as Ty Knight gets a tremendous break, Corey Hersha goes right through the face for a 4-6-7.
That's where there just is no safe place to play, just to keep it in play. You just can't find it.
Well, to maintain an 8-pin lead here, a strike necessary for Jacob Sisk.
Took a little off.
Oh,
Nice
great shot.
Yeah, took a little off that. Not as much speed. 6 into the 10, just like you want. Good shot.
Important to get 2 here. Oh!
Or 3. Oh, what a shot.
My, almost made it.
You know, I don't know about you, but first I thought when he threw it, he was just trying to find the pocket again. And then it hooked all the way across and got that and almost got them all.
Man,
That was a tease shot there.
that
Wow.
would have been wild.
And huge in that match.
What would that do to Hunter sitting on the bench and you see that happen? Of course, you would not.
I would not have seen it, thank goodness, if I was watching. But yeah, it's something you may not want to visualize there.
But you would hear the crowd, right?
You would know something good happened. Yeah.
Big double
Big
there
double,
for
yeah. Big
Jacob
time.
Sisk.
Tripped that 4 right out of there.
Yeah, but Hunter Glaze can't take advantage. Neither player getting comfortable here on 9 and 10. Chris Toyas with a, looks like maybe a double down there.
Yes. Looks
After
he's
the
got
open
2. He's
frame.
got 1 open or 2, I think. Is it just 1?
Looks like just 1, Mike.
You guys got your binoculars out over here. Just 1 open. From here, I can't tell if the slash is up and down or sideways, diagonal.
Oh,
Wow.
Messenger for
Ty
Knight
Knight, yeah,
there.
great
And he
shot.
doubles.
Beautiful shot. Happy with that one.
Oh, and Chris Toyas leaves the 4-7. Hunter Glaze with the spare. He can take a 11-pin lead here with a strike in the 9th.
He's had this lane the last 2 times. Oh,
Boy, sometimes you think your opponent missed, but then all of a sudden pins come out of nowhere, and you just never know.
yeah, I'm not sure there's any spare other than a single pin that I would really feel comfortable with
Yeah.
here.
Until the rake comes
Yeah.
down, and then the setter grabs the pins, you just never know. And Chris Toyas just took the 7 off the 4.
Well, that's a nice way of putting it. Oh, Ty Knight, beautiful shot.
Well,
For 3 in a row.
he puts the pressure right back on Jacob Sisk here. Now, Jacob controls his own destiny here. But in order to do that, he must throw a strike here in the 9th. A lot of stuff going on. We got really 3 close matches that are all totally different here.
Yeah, the variety of score is totally different.
Now, Jacob Sisk here. 9th frame, right lane. That Oh, trips out this 4-9. Kyle Luckett with the 2-7 baby split. Love to see what's going on in that Bailey Maverick Nick Squires match. Looks like maybe down on 21-2 or 23-4. Cameron wants to know if Billy is in the losers bracket. He is taking on Ryan Burton on 29-30. Unfortunately, we don't have a camera down that far. Kyle Luckett with a big spare there.
That's a nice spare.
Oh!
Great shot.
Now, Jacob needs this one here to shut out Ty Knight. Anything less, Ty has a chance to step up in the 10th frame and win the match. We have a great chance of a tie maybe here on 9 and 10, Mike. If Corey Hersha strikes out, it's 181. However, Hunter Glaze can get to 180, so chance there for a tie. And oh, Kyle Luckett just rips the rack and leaves a Swisher 7-pin. Split screen here, but now you have Jacob Sisk here, left lane. Strike here wins the match.
Oh, what a
my
gorgeous
goodness,
shot.
what
Yeah,
a
gorgeous
great shot. Boy, as
This
I've
one-
said it for a long time, Mike, it's great to watch these young players and even older players that just can perform in clutch situations like that.
Yeah, beautiful shot.
And Corey Hersha just leaves a stone 8-pin. Randy Peterson
Oh,
not doing too well after that.
yeah, and that was the first one in first ball in the 10th, which would have kept him alive to lock up his match. But
Speaking of Randy Peterson, what time is the PBA show today? 4 o'clock.
that's enough.
All right, 161, the possibility here. That's going to force Hunter to at least mark in the 10th frame. And Jacob Sisk finishing with 244. He just can't get any break. Boy, he throws back-to-back great shots. Stone 8, pocket 7-10. Thank you very little.
Yeah, talking about getting lined up and not getting the rewards. Yeah, Corey Hersha. But he still has an opportunity here. Nothing he can do about it, though. It's his opponent that can. Mark wins it. Open does not.
Oh, my. And, you know, really, Mike, that 7-pin falling late there is a great break.
No, I agree. Yeah, with the speed coming in at the spare. Yep, I agree totally. Still needs a mark, needs them all.
Ty Knight with 216 and loses. And Chris Toyas just opened in the 10th frame. I think Kyle Luckett is going to survive. And Hunter Glaze will knock Corey Hersha into the loser's bracket. Remember, Ryan Burton didn't like this pair either. He tried urethane from the outside.
Yeah, never figured it out.
Well, once we get updated standings here or we should say match results. We'll let you know who's still alive, who's out. Winners will advance, and we'll have all winners and losers here in the next round, and then everybody will bowl, and then we'll have a one-round hiatus for the winners bracket here. But the matches here are dwindling down, and Kyle Luckett looks like needing to mark here in the 10th, and he's got the same spare that Hunter Glaze needed, Mike.
He can get 2.
The 2, 4,
he
5.
can get 2. 2 would make it enough by 1 pin.
Yeah, there you go.
He dropped it.
Oh, and oh my.
2. There's
And
the 2.
that is all he got.
Yeah.
167 to 166.
Man.
It's survive and advance is all it is,
And
right?
167 to 159 down here in front of us. So, yeah, that's the winner's bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
amazing.
Fans, I'm telling you, there might be some great scores and some ugly scores, but regardless, in those matches, it's been dramatic and going down to the 9th and 10th frames in a lot of these.
We've truly seen the epitome of match play. I mean, doing what you have to do to win to move on. And just watch 2 winners bracket games where 167 won by less than a mark. So, yeah, anything can happen in this, and we just saw a 216 that lost. So, yeah, that's what it's all about in match play.
Yeah, welcome back here to the broadcast booth. Scott Gilmore and Mike Albee here, bringing you all the action from Championship Lanes, the 25th anniversary of the Indiana Masters here. Anderson, Indiana, the location. We're inside where all the action is, but I'm hearing it's a little warm outside today. I heard we're going to get the mid-50s. Yeah, it's supposed to be in the mid-50s.
I have not been outside, so I'm not sure.
I haven't either, but I was told it's much warmer than normal.
Is that where you were taking that camera outside to see how warm it was? Is that what happened?
Probably should have.
We found out.
Yeah, I should have went to got some food from the snack bar and showed you all the great cookies they have here that Chad always asks for from Angie. But anyway, we appreciate you watching. Follow us along in the chat. Love the fact that you're hanging out with us here. Like our broadcast here, and maybe subscribe to our YouTube channel. Got a lot of great coverage coming up here the rest of this winter here from not only high school bowling, the best ladies in the state, the Queens. We got all kinds of additional high school bowling too as well, and later on this summer we'll even have the Hall of Fame banquet here for the state USBC event. So a lot of great action here from Savage Bowling TV, and we appreciate you hanging out with us here on a Sunday afternoon. And now we're getting down to really a lot of pressure situations. We only have, I think it's 4 guys left in the winners bracket.
Mm-hmm.
And, boy, we're getting down to finding out who might be in that championship match here pretty soon.
Goes pretty fast now.
Yeah. We thank you for hanging out. We're going to take a little quick break here as the players get to their new pair. We'll be back here with the next round right here on Savage Bowling TV. All right, welcome back here to the Indiana Masters. Here we're off to the round of 5. 5th round here, and here's our matchups. We have Jeff Grego taking on Austin Schultz. Billy Hibbard taking on, I got to look at my lines here. No. Billy Hibbard's taking on Austin Schultz. Jeff Grego is taking on Corey Hersha, I believe. Chris Toyas is taking on Alan Criswell. And Ty Knight is taking on Bailey Maverick. So these are the 8 bowlers left in the losers bracket. Kyle Luckett, Jacob Siss, Hunter Glaze, and Aiden Fellows with the round off. And those are big.
They are. Yeah, they want to stay in that winner's bracket as long as possible.
One of those 4 bowlers will be in the championship match. Who will it be? And 15 and 16 has Tyler Knight and Bailey Maverick. 19 and 20, Chris Toya, Alan Criswell. 27-28, Billy Hibbard, Austin Schultz, and Jeff Grego and Corey Hersha on 23 and 4. A lot of these guys, like Corey Hersha, goes from 9 and 10 all the way back down to 23 and 24. It's getting fewer players when it gets as quiet as it gets in the bowling center, right? Crowd starts to thin out just a hair because their favorite player has been eliminated. And
Jeff and the crew, the tournament committee in there, they do a great job of getting the checks out to the bowlers who are out, and a lot of them are on their way home, but they do a great job of keeping things moving.
Another great showing, though, in these state events for Ryan Burton. Chris Safarth always seems to be
always in there, yeah,
making a deep run. One of these days, he's going to come in here and win one of these. Local kid Nick Squires, great weekend for him. I'm sure he's disappointed, though, as that number 1 seed.
497 entries. Wow. That's a lot of people below you with the bowlers that are left. Did you get a check?
I did.
Nice. There you go.
Yeah. I haven't cashed it yet.
What do you mean by that?
I just haven't cashed it.
You didn't buy Chad's dinner last night?
Oh, I did. I'm waiting for him to buy mine. I only say that because his mic's turned off.
I think he can fix that.
You can't rebuttal right away. Well, I'm telling you, Bailey Maverick might be a tough out here, Mike. He is really bowling at a great level.
Yeah,
right
he's definitely put together a couple of really good matches. We'd love to see a 300 if you went down there and put him on TV.
Well, he told me to stay down here. I was standing out there just to kind of see who was still in, and he was pointing at me, "Hey, go back." So.
But yeah, you stopped here though when he was still giving the keep going.
I thought I was well liked. I don't know. Won't wear red again. Got to get new shirts, Chad.
Chad has yet to show us the red shirt that he's wearing.
He's cold.
Well, I'm not embarrassed as what I thought I was, because Bill Story pointed out this isn't IU red, it's Ball State red, so I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't feel quite as
Yeah, I'm a
self-conscious.
Cubs fan. This is almost Cardinal red.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get a Cubby blue shirt.
Well, you're just painting the picture a little better now.
Yeah. Man.
It's almost baseball season.
Yeah. Well, yeah, pitchers and catchers here report here pretty soon. Or if they haven't already.
Well, there's an actual spring training game. First one, Cubs and Dodgers, February 20th.
Wow, that is coming
I
close.
mean, it seems early.
Oh,
Tie night, solid 9 on a strike, too. Wow.
gosh. Yeah, and you're looking at your opponent with a nice spare 3-bagger.
You know, as difficult as it is to, get consistently to the pocket, when you get there that buried into the pocket, you'd like to get the reward of a strike, but it just doesn't always work out that way. That's why we keep coming back, right?
Exactly. I believe Chris Toyas is the last lefty standing in this tournament.
I think you're definitely correct. I still can't get over the last round. 167 won twice, but with less than a mark.
All right, Bailey Maverick now. Ooh, oh my goodness, he goes right through the face and you get a strike.
Hey, on
that
the
is
scoreboard, they all look high flush.
Oh, not to your opponent. If he actually caught a glimpse of that, right?
You should go down and tell him you were watching that one so it counts.
I should have been standing right behind him with my camera, right?
He did look
See?
over at you, just weren't paying attention. He looked. But I think it might have been more of a glare. I'm not sure.
He's probably more. See what happens when you don't come down here?
But that's, when you get those shots, I mean, these are the ones, the important ones, the ones right behind them. See if you can turn it into something, turn it into a double and, go a long way to take the breaks and but put a good shot right behind it. And we put a good shot in there, just did not get the break. Got the 4 out. That's a break. Did Bailey make it through the PTQ last week?
He's exempt.
Oh, he's exempt. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he did then.
Yeah, he is exempt for the
that's
season.
Great. Yeah, he went through the grueling process of getting the exemption.
He went
tour
through the
trials.
tour trials.
Yeah.
Bowled like
Tremendous.
on, what, like 6 different patterns or something crazy
on,
like that?
What, 6 different days? My gosh. That is some mental anguish going through that.
Nice young man. He's had some success early. Remember, he made a TV show for the Players' Championship, I think, one year when they had the regional qualifications. And he made his telecast on his region. But he's bowling real well, so. Well, tie night now with a little bit of hope, you would say, with that string of strikes coming to an end for Bailey Maverick.
Yeah, as they sit right now, you'd be right, a little bit of hope because Bailey's just been putting them in the pocket. Of course, that solid 9 or 8 didn't help Ty last time.
No, and he comes in a little high there.
Yeah, he's going to need some help from Bailey unless he can put together some strikes.
All right, trying to convert the spare here. And he does.
Good job, yep. He's going to need to put some strikes together here to put a little pressure on Bailey to see if he can get caught up.
Aiden Fellows warming up with Jacob Sisk here on lanes 1 and 2. They're in the winner's bracket. They're just 2 matches away, Mike, from being in the title match. That's how close you are right here, right
yes. Yeah, you definitely want to be in that top spot so you can, you've got 2 games guaranteed. You only want to take one, but you got 2 if you have that mulligan if you need it.
You haven't bowled a ton of games, but boy, the mental tax that this puts on you, right? You feel like you have.
The start, stop, and if you're in the winner's bracket, it's the break between games. How do you use your time and still have that intensity when you start back up? And then the demanding part of the conditions, just going through those games, especially if you're in some games that are close.
One thing about Bailey was you look at the U.S. Open, in his last qualifying squad, he had one of the highest blocks in the last round. As a matter of fact, he went on a huge run the last 4 games, where I know he had 250, 270 back-to-back and end up sneaking into that one of those last cash places. But he was well down into the low 50s, 60 range, and had a huge block just to get a check. And that's a big deal. Not only to, you get some money in your pocket, but the points are so critical.
Yeah.
That getting those points is important for these guys as they proceed throughout the season.
Yeah, it's one thing to get exempt. It's another thing to keep it. And the pressure never stops.
Right.
You have to keep doing that. And you're exactly right. Those kind of finishes, though, those give you the confidence to keep going and matter more as you keep going week in and week out.
Well, and being exempt this year allows him to earn points every week. And when you're trying to bowl those PTQs, and like you had said earlier, too, 90 guys and you're given 5 spots, it's just brutal.
Yeah, it really is. Especially last week because, the PTQ was a totally different pattern than they were going to use the whole week. So you made it through it, but that didn't really mean you other than give you a chance because you weren't getting any ideas on what the conditions were going to be like.
Right. Well, right now, everybody that's bowling right now is in the loser's bracket. If you're bowling right now,
your back's against the wall.
It is. You're one match away from packing your stuff up.
Yeah.
So a lot of pressure down here for these guys bowling right now. Now Bailey Maverick here stepping up in the 8th frame. Oh,
nice shot.
Yeah.
Power.
Well, he's pretty much forced Ty Knight now to pretty much strike out to put any type of pressure. Needs a double right here in the worst way. Again, want to thank everyone for watching here this afternoon with us on Savage Bowling TV here at the 25th anniversary of the Indiana Masters. We're going to crown a new champion. Jimmy Cook made it to the top 64, but didn't survive to get into that top 32 match play bracket. So a new champion will be crowned, and who will it be? As Ty Knight with a big double there in his match with Bailey Maverick. Ty Knight could strike out for 239. Bailey Maverick on a 228 pace. So still an opportunity there for the young man from Rose-Hulman University, bowling there collegially. And again, want to thank our sponsors, Championship Lanes. Enjoy bowling games and great food at the premier Family Fun Time Center in Anderson. No matter the occasion, an outing at Championship Lanes is sure to be fun. Also want to thank Tim Mack's Victory Lane Pro Shops and Pinheads Entertainment, A1 Automotive, Mike Alby's Arrowhead Bowl, bowling games, billiards, birthday parties, corporate events, and more. What are you waiting for? ArrowheadBowl.com, and Brunswick. For the latest releases and product information, you can like them on Facebook at Brunswick Bowling or go to BrunswickBowling.com. Scott Gilmore, Mike Alby here in the broadcast booth, Chad Lester doing all the, what we say, grunt work behind the scenes, showing you all the camera shots here throughout Championship Lanes. And kind of surprised, too, Mike, that Jacob and Aiden Fellows over here are bowling as much as they are. I know you want to stay loose, but also you don't want to wear yourself out, right?
It's a different theory comparatively what's been used the last couple times there's been a break. So maybe that they weren't as comfortable coming out of those breaks as the last time, so they're trying to change up what they're doing.
Yeah, and Ty Knight just whiffed the 610, and that's pretty much going to end his weekend.
Yeah, and it's been a good weekend. It's been a good run, but yeah, he's running to a top bowler in Bailey Maverick.
And Bailey's coming off 24 games at the U.S. Open. That comes in light, leaving the 210, and really the first kind of mistake Bailey has made. And you kind of wonder too, though, Mike, a little relaxing of seeing your opponent open. Maybe you take the foot off the gas a little bit there.
Yeah, you need to put it right back on and get you two of them here and make it a little more palatable there in the 10th frame if something if Ty's able to get that going. So
and thinking of that earlier today too, when Ryan Burton was bowling on 7 and 8 in his match. Remember, he had it in control. And he's trying a few things, and he opens in the 9th and 10th frame, and he goes on to his next match. Never got lined up at all. Struggled right out of the gate. First 3 opens. You kind of wonder, you just. I know sometimes you're fishing, but you don't want to put any doubt in your mind whether or not you're doing the right thing.
Exactly right. Yeah, that's the tough part. But obviously he had an eye to Ryan had that. He just wasn't quite comfortable apparently, so he went out there and when he moved, he went to where he moved over there, but he never showed that. He must have saw something or felt something that he needed to do, and those are things, boy, you live and die with. But you've got to go with where you feel the confidence is, and you got to always do that. And if you're changing to something that might be there, you've got to have that confidence in how you throw the ball.
I think Bailey just needs. Yep, he just needs 8 pins and 2 shots here to advance. And strike will do it.
Yes, it will.
Bailey Maverick will march on in the losers bracket. What a weekend for Ty Knight. And nothing to be ashamed about when you think 497 entries and you're in the final, essentially less than 16 players here.
Yeah, being the 21 seed, he improved his position. That's what you're always looking for.
Yeah, just 12 guys left. Now, after this round, Mike, just 8 will remain here. What you want to do, even though you've got the match won. Just keep your mindset in a good place, right?
Keep the timing, yep. Keep your rhythm.
Now you double in the 10th. Now you go find, you can do a little fishing if you want, right?
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to find out if there's something else that might start to change and work for you.
Well, based on body language, Mike, I'm thinking Alan Criswell has won his match. Chris is taking off the wristband. That's always a sign, isn't it, Mike?
Yeah, it sure is.
Now we just need to find out.
Or if you throw your balls in your bags as hard as you can, that's a good one too.
Never did that. There was times where I wanted to, right?
Yes, it happens. That happens.
As soon as I do that, I miss my bag. The ball goes somewhere wild and takes out an innocent bystander in the shin.
Yeah, there's always that risk. And it's easy to get frustrated out here, with the difficulty of the condition and those things. But it's always tough.
And Jeff Grego, I believe maybe 2 or 3 years ago, maybe 3 or might be 3 at least. He was in the finals of the Indiana Scratch Classic at your place. A lot of talent, and I believe it looks like to me that Jeff has advanced over Corey Hersha. As Jeff looks like he's carrying his stuff down here. Jeff is the number 4 seed. Him and Billy Hibbard were the 2 highest seeds remaining. And he's marching down here to 7 and 8. You know, plus some of these guys, and unfortunately for Jeff, he didn't have to bowl the 2 morning games. But these guys that are seated lower than 16 had to bowl 2 games this morning, and you get in the losers bracket, you're bowling every round.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of time to rest mentally, and you've got a few minutes to rest physically, but the mental parts you got to kind of start and stop with.
Yeah, Corey Hirscha was 23, Chris Toyes 24, Alan Criswell 22, Ty Knight 21. All of those bowlers had to bowl 2 games this morning and then bowled every round. So definitely a tough day when you think of it from that standpoint. But anytime you can get this far, it's nothing to hang your head. And obviously it's been a good weekend for those guys. Everybody wants to win. This is the most prestigious event in the state. And but again,
it's kind of interesting because, the winners bracket, the scores bowled in the winners bracket except for, one, Jacob Sisk. I mean, they were not that good.
Right.
But yet the elimination bracket, we've had some pretty good scores looking down there. Bailey Maverick and,
Well, welcome to the broadcast booth here. Scott Gilmore, Mike Albee here with you, and we appreciate you taking your Sunday afternoon with us. Watch some Indiana Masters, and then after we're done, you can flip over to Fox and watch your PBA telecast from the U.S. Open over at Woodland Bowl. So that is round 5 eliminated. We're going to let the players get on to their pairs, and we'll get started with round number 6. We'll be back with some more coverage here on February 15th and 16th at the Indiana High School Bowling State Finals, and we're obviously excited. I'm from the Lafayette area. Obviously, Mike, you own a center in Lafayette, and to have Harrison make it to the state championship along with McCutcheon, both 2 teams from Lafayette making it. That ought to be fun if they can find themselves on the show.
Yeah, excited for the kids to make a run to the state again. So it's looking forward to what they do all week to practice up, and we'll see them here in a few weeks.
All right, here we go. We have winners bracket here of Hunter Glaze and Aiden Fellows, and Jacob Sisk and Kyle Luckett, 2 bowlers that are very familiar yourself. Kyle originally from Lafayette, living in the Indianapolis area, and Jacob from Lafayette. And right in front of us, we have Billy Hibbard and Jeff Grego. Billy with a great start, high flush strike. When you get to this point, Mike, as a bowler, you can almost taste it. You're so close to that championship match.
Yeah, you got to be careful of thinking too far ahead.
Yeah,
you
putting
just
the cart
keep
before
it right
the horse.
In front of you.
Right?
Yeah, got to keep it right in front of you.
Well, we have a losers bracket match here on 7 and 8. And Jeff Grego coming in a little light, leaving the 10. A lot more pressure on these guys in the losers bracket, though. They don't have any mulligans left.
Nope, this is it. Your back's against the wall, and we'll lose a couple more this round.
The winners bracket matches are 13 and 14, Hunter Glaze, Aiden Fellows, and 17 and 18, Kyle Luckett, Jacob Sisk. 9 and 10 is Bailey Maverick and Alan Criswell. And obviously right here in front of us, 7 and 8, Billy Hibbard. He's the 2 seed, guys. He's Jeff Grego and Billy Hibbard, the 2 highest seeds remaining, both in the losers bracket.
And bowling each other.
Seeds 2 and 4. Only 3 top 10 seeds remain. Bailey Maverick, the other, at 7. Pressure is mounting. Every shot so critical here as we are down to our final 8 bowlers. Want to share some dates too for all those that would like to participate in Indiana State USBC events. Coming up, starting February 15th is the Open Championships from Pro Bowl West and Fort Wayne. Those will run through May 11th. February 22nd through April 6th is the Indiana State Youth Championships from Vigo Bowl and Terre Haute. The Queens right here March 1st at Championship Lanes. And the Indiana State Senior Championships start March 29th through May 4th. That's at Country Lanes in Lowell, Indiana. And then the Women's Championships start March 29th as well and run through April 27th. And they will take place at the Richmond 40 in Richmond, Indiana. And, of course, Mike, you guys are hosting the Youth Masters in Queens April 26th and 7th. And then the Pepsi Championships are 2 weekends right here at Championship Lanes in Anderson, May 4th and May 10th and 11th. So if you'd like more information on entry forms and to pay online even, go to indianastateusbc.org.
A lot of great events out there still to go.
Yeah, we'd love to see you participate. Keep bowling alive and well here in the state of Indiana. Billy Hibbert here with a 210. And both players opening in the second frame. Billy Hibbert with a 3-pin advantage. Now Bailey Maverick, Mike, first chink in the armor here in the second frame with a split open frame, trailing Alan Criswell. That comes in high, leaving the 6-10. You know, with Bailey's experience, one thing he's not going to do is panic.
Yeah, no, he hasn't ever shown that every time I've seen him.
And that's what I give a lot of credit to players like E.J. Tackett and even Anthony Simons and Kyle Troop, Jason Bell. Those guys find themselves maybe in a little bit of a difficult situation early, but they don't panic, and they work their way through it, and all of a sudden you see strings of strikes.
Yeah, they have the confidence. They've been there. They've done it before, so they just keep working hard, and they know not to give up and don't leave anything on the table, and they know what each block and each shot means, so they continue to work hard and go at it. And EJ showed it how he's done it so many times, and there he is back in play to win another major championship.
He could win 2 out of 3 U.S. Opens. And remember, he was on the show last year.
Yeah.
He was close to winning back-to-back U.S. Open. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is.
Especially now when you're bowling on so many. You're bowling on 4 different patterns.
Yeah.
Then you still have the TV show. It's
Yeah.
just unbelievable, the difficulty that takes. Jeff Grego just hammers the rack on the right lane for a strike right after Billy Hibbert has opened back-to-back frames here. 8-pin lead for Jeff Grego. He can make it 18 with a strike. Alan Criswell clean through 3 here against Bailey Maverick. In the first game really in quite a while where Bailey hasn't gotten out to a hot start, right?
Yeah.
We've seen front 4,
Oh,
front
yeah,
5,
last 3, I think.
front 9, spare 4-bagger. So first challenge underway here for Bailey here on 11 and 12.
I think this is the farthest in the house he's gotten down to, correct?
Yeah. Oh, get out. All right. 9-pin falls late. Just the 4. Oh, and strike there for Alan Criswell.
There is still a lot of ball speed being used in the last 8 bowlers here. That's why it's a pattern that.
Oh, Jeff.
Oh yeah, let's that 4-pin go. That's why if you see the pattern that they're bowling on out there, it's conducive for everybody. I mean, it's just you know, we've had lefties hard, soft, back and forth. You know, it's just you can, if you're bowling well, you can make it work.
Important shot here early for Bailey Maverick here. Working on a spare, but he's trailing in the match by 13. Oh, 10 back. Oh, stone 9 for Billy Hibbard. Great shot. Hunter Glaze now with a 3-bagger. And Aiden Fellows went strike 9 whiff double. Now, looking to strike here on the left lane is Bailey Maverick.
Yeah, he needs to get one here to get back in it.
Lane 11. This will tell a big story here in this match.
A little more loft.
Oh my goodness. High pocket 4-7-9.
Yeah, it looked like a great shot. Made a good move. Just did not get the break he needed.
Now, Billy Hibbard just took the lead here with that mark. Leading by 4. And one thing now for Bailey Maverick is you get into the 5th frame. We're almost the halfway mark of his match. After that terrible break.
Yeah.
Now does the pressure mount even more?
Yeah, it's getting more and more every frame here.
Oh, what a
that's
spare.
a big shot.
That is huge. 67 in the 4th. Now, Alan Criswell can really help himself. Jeff's chiming in here. Can't believe that Maverick can make the 4-7-9, and Jeff's kicking himself for missing the 4-pin there in the previous frame. And he knows it. You just got to make those. It's a lot of pressure, Mike. It's hard to get this far in this tournament.
Well, the farther you get towards the end, closer you get towards the end, the tougher it gets.
Oh, great
Another
cover.
big spare. Yeah.
Big spare there for Billy Hibbard. You don't want to shoot at those all day, but
No.
you're happy to make them. Ooh, boy, there is some ball speed coming there. Flat 10. Boy, he had a chance to really put the heat on Bailey Maverick.
Yeah, even that 10-pin on a double.
Oh, Brooklyn strike for Hunter Glaze. And Aiden Fellows, Mike, has missed 2 single-pin spares. At this stage of the tournament, you just can't do that. You can't make that mistake. Oh, and Alan Criswell just missed the 10-pin. We talked about mistakes.
Yeah, there's a few been happening here the last couple frames.
And you don't want to give Bailey any hope.
No.
Bailey can step up in the 6th and 7th frame and basically tie that match. Back-to-back open frames for Jeff Grego here. You can just kind of tell 7 and 8's been a little challenging.
Yes, I
hasn't it?
agree. Yeah, sure has.
Remember, Corey was on 9 and 10.
Yeah.
They struggled there, but the match previous to that was right here. Both players kind of struggled.
167 to something, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. This end of the house has been tricky. Oh, and Bailey goes right through the heart.
Yeah, that's a
3,
That's a
6,
tough
7,
one.
9, 10. And that's how fast, Mike, it can happen. You just don't get comfortable on the pair. And
yeah, and that's count lost, and it's on a spare, so it's just that's a tough one. He's going to need another, make a tremendous shot again to pick up a spare to try to stay close.
Well, and surprising, Mike, he's picked up a plastic ball.
He's looking for a lot of deflection here. Far right, and let that stuff throw everything he can towards the 7.
Well, the pins do bounce here.
Well,
And he leaves the 3-pin.
he was a couple of inches away from making that really work.
Open frame, 91 in the 6th. Alan Criswell has 117 in the 6, so 26-pin advantage. Oh, Billy,
Gorgeous
with a
shot.
great shot there.
Mm-hmm. Posted that one.
Well, must strike here for Bailey Maverick. Got to get back on the strike train right here. And he just doesn't. Ball really seems to be hooking early on that pair for him. Yeah, and Aiden Fellows just opened. In the 7th, and it's all Hunter Glaze in his match. The only match we don't know is the Sisk-Luckett match. Well, there was a strike right there. Well, now if you're Bailey Maverick, you're thinking, I need more help, but I'm not sure he's going to get enough help because he can't really help himself,
not
right?
making spares, yeah. He's lost a lot of pin count.
My goodness. Oh, Angie Collop just set a plate of Chad Lesher just about fainted. A whole plate of hot, gooey chocolate chip cookies right next to, I guarantee. Oh, yep. He's going to act like
we need to keep this under wraps because if Aaron McCormick's watching and he hears this, he's going to be hightailing it from Lafayette to get some of these.
He can drive fast, too.
He's allowed to, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for these. The one plate was enough.
We
that was only one
thank
cookie.
what we
Yeah.
thank him.
Yeah.
We thank the staff here. And Alan Criswell, Mike, just opened 2-8-10. So back-to-back open frames. Now that's just a 15-pin match. Boy, they do smell good. Need an air freshener like that. Well, you have Jeff Grego has 62 in the 5th with a strike in the 6th. Oh, and he just washed out. Billy Hibbert has 93 in the 6th with a 9 spare in the 7th. Jeff Grego's got to make this spare here.
Yeah, he's running out of room.
I mean, still, at the point, if he makes this, it's still a close match. Only 11 pins.
Yeah. I mean, and that close. I mean, whoever starts striking a little bit can kind of either close it in or close it out, one of the two. But it's a battle here. Nice
great
spare
cover.
by Jeff Grego.
Okay,
nice spare.
Look here at the scoring here for the Maverick Criswell match. Bailey Maverick can strike out for 201, and Alan Criswell on a 180 pace. So still a lot of bowling left, even though we're getting into the 8th and 9th frames.
Bailey needs to start one right here. Well, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Good shot. But this lane here, we've seen he left that solid 4.79 earlier, but that's about as close as he's gotten.
Well, Hunter Glaze is going to be in the finals of the winner's bracket. He'll take on the winner of Kyle Luckett, Jacob Sisk. Right now, Jeff Grego still alive after that great washout conversion here in the 7th. 8th frame, left lane.
Tough way off.
And that's the problem. He gets that ball a little wide, Mike, and it doesn't recover.
Yeah, just wiggles.
And then he tries to keep it a little bit in. That's the self-correction right there, right?
Yeah, that keeps the arm swing just won't let you let it out there. But we're running out of cookies over there, Chad.
Hey, Chad, can you say anything right now? Is your mouth full?
No, I don't put two cookies in my mouth at once.
No, I just said, can you say anything?
I don't chew in my mouth.
Oh, what a break.
That's a big one.
Yeah, that was good.
We'll go back to your dining. We'll let you get back to your dining, Chad.
Yeah, Bailey will take that one and run. sets up for his better lane to finish in the 10th frame. He still has a chance.
Oh, Jeff leaves the 9. Open
this
frame.
This lane 7 and 8 are not easy.
This is just a battle
of attrition.
Yes. Now, Alan Criswell with the strike. Oh!
Wow, that was a big shot.
Trips out to 5-7 there. A little Weber wall shot for a double.
I'm not sure Dick Weber ever threw one that hard. That was definitely a mix, though. But what great timing for that shot.
Yeah.
Big double. He's in control of his own destiny.
Well, now Billy Hibbert here. Oh, what a break.
Dug out that 4-7.
Right through the face, trips out the 4-7-10. Now, you have to parlay that break into something right here in the 9th frame.
Yeah, he's in control.
Oh, my goodness. 5-7 split.
Bailey has an opportunity.
Well, regardless, Mike.
Yeah, but this is big for it can be a lot easier.
Right. But regardless, Bailey Maverick has a chance. This is what you want.
Yep.
Step up on the biggest stages and make great shots. Oh, my goodness. What great breaks back to back for Billy Hibbert and Aiden Criswell. 180 finish. Mike, we have a chance for a tie here, maybe? If Bailey goes 9 spare strike, I don't know what.
Yep.
Would that be a tie? 180, 180? So really, he just needs a strike.
First one for the win,
First one for the win. But it better be 9 spare or better.
Yeah.
Anything less than 9, he's out.
Not enough, yeah.
And Jeff Grego misses right and kind of feel like he feels defeated right now. But right here, Bailey Maverick, anything less than 9, and Alan Criswell will win the strike, and Bailey Maverick will take it. Oh, what a shot. Mike, he got right down on one knee quick. Oh, what a shot. Now, you still have to get a good count here.
Yeah,
you can't go 5 or.
But
be interesting to see.
He's bowled pretty well in that lane the whole game, so I'm sure he's confident. But that was a great shot.
Well, and Allen had his chances there to eliminate Bailey. And again, you just don't want to give certain guys opportunities. It looks like he might be throwing a vaporize by Brunswick.
Yeah, there's just not any gimmies out here.
Just could never get comfortable, Mike, on 7 and 8 for Jeff Grego. Billy Hibbert will advance.
Oh.
Boy, I was kind of surprised. I thought he might just go hard and straight at the head pin. Make sure you get 8 or 9, but he got 8. That's going to be enough. And Alan Criswell's weekend will come to an end at the hands of Bailey Maverick, but what a match it was. So Aiden Fellows will take on, I believe, Bailey Maverick. We'll have to see where that all falls. And then Billy Hibbert will take on the loser of the Kyle Luckett-Jacob Sisk match. Another round, the winners will sit. Those two will, the losers will bowl those two matches. And then we'll have one match of losers and one match of winners in the next round after. And we're getting really, really close here. We're going to be down to 6 bowlers here. Another great weekend for Jeff Grego, though, Mike. You get this far, you know you want to win. You can taste it. But still a tough 497 bowlers, and you're down in the final 8 players.
No, you've got to be happy with it. But, yeah, when you get this close, you want to win it.
All right, this round has concluded after Billy Hibbard throws his next shot, and Scott Gilmore, Mike Albee here in the broadcast booth, and we're going to have a couple of loser bracket matches here, and then the winners will sit out. Mike, we're just a few rounds away from getting to that title match.
Yeah, and, you get this close, anybody can win it. We've seen the breaks go different directions, different ways, good shots, bad shots, so yeah, anybody that's left definitely has the opportunity, but I want to be in that winner's bracket where I have that extra match if I need it.
Well, Bailey Maverick stays alive, and you have to think if he can claw his way into that title match, he could be a tough guy to beat.
Well, he showed, especially the last game, he showed when he was struggling a bit, but he came through and made some good shots when he needed them. Yeah, I would think there's some looking over their shoulders at Bailey Maverick.
Well, Aiden Fellows loses to Hunter Glaze, and he gets Bailey Maverick right here on 5 and 6. Billy Hibbard will take on Kyle Luckett. It looks like Jacob Sisk, Mike, advances to that finals of the winners bracket. So Hunter Glaze or Jacob Sisk, one match away from bowling for the championship.
Yeah, and they've shown that they can win the matches whether they're higher scoring or lower scoring. So I think that they're going to be very difficult to beat with especially having that extra match in your pocket.
Yeah, lanes 5 and 6, Aiden Fellows, Bailey Maverick. Looks like 11 and 12. No, excuse me, 13 and 14. We'll have Kyle Luckett, Billy Hibbard. Yeah, Mike, can I tempt you with a warm chocolate chip cookie there?
Not at this time. You're tempting me, but not at this time, because there are a couple more shots of me probably on air, and if they do, I'm going to have chocolate all over me. I know it.
Yeah, just fold it in half, eat it in one bite.
So that's how you eat it, with all in one shot.
Yeah. Yeah. Kyle Luckett starts off with a 2-8.
You can't explain how difficult it is to go to the next pair and not have a practice ball. I mean, it is just makes this one of the most difficult tournaments there are.
Well, and Aiden Fellows is probably feeling he's going to have to bowl a pretty good game against Bailey.
Well, especially when you've been in the winner's bracket all day, and then all of a sudden you lose a match, and now you've got Bailey Maverick, and you're thinking, wow, I'm going to go 0-2 the last 2 matches, and here I was in contention, and I'm out. So it's going to be really difficult to get your mental game back on track, and see what you can do.
Yeah.
I tell you, you see Bailey Maverick leave a 210, and I mean, those are almost simple ones for him,
All right, our first look at Billy Hibbard here on 13 and 14. Mike, and he changed to a totally different ball on this match. He changed to a Roto Grip Gem, it looked like. And how do you know? The only way you know that is if you bowled in that area,
might have been,
right?
Yeah, he might have been on that pair before. Well, Bailey stuck a little bit, got that, kind of forced him to push the ball left a little bit, which is exactly what he missed by, just a little.
Well, Kyle Luckett opened to start his match, and boy, you just can't miss those makeable spares when you get down to this part of the event.
No, because we've seen it all day. I mean, those little misses come back to haunt you.
Again, want to thank you guys for watching this afternoon here on Savage Bowling TV. Just almost 3:30 in the afternoon here, Anderson time, and appreciate you guys following along here. And to me, the premier scratch event here in the state of Indiana, the Indiana Masters, the 25th anniversary. And you look down at the match units, you see all those banners from the past 25 years, not only in the Masters, but you have the Scratch Classic, the Senior Masters. It's pretty cool to see all the names that have won this event and other events in the past. Now Billy Hibbard staring at the 4-8-10. This is makeable. But he missed it. Oh, Aiden Fellows with the strike.
Yeah, he comes back with a nice shot. Can see why he was in the winner's bracket so long. Nice shot there. Nice release.
You know, another thing to think about here, and you don't know exactly what, more than likely most of these guys, they haven't had anything to eat in quite a while too, because you're constantly bowling. Most people don't like to eat and bowl at the same time. You get your hands greasy or whatever.
But it makes for a long day and
yeah,
stamina and those type of things. But
well, TJ Schmidt chimes in right here, and lane 6 has been 2 to 3 boards tighter. Oh my goodness. Stone 7-pin, almost had the 9.
Yeah, almost the 7-9. Aiden with a great shot on a strike.
Ralph Hibbert cheering on Billy. Thanks for watching, Ralph. We appreciate it. TJ, another great weekend. I know you're disappointed coming up 1 pin short from making match play, but another solid performance here at the Indiana Masters for the 2-time champion of this event. And I'm sure Jeff's going to start working on getting that 2022 banner back up there for you. Oh, great shot from Kyle Luckett. Back-to-back strikes now for him. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We appreciate everyone that does that. Now Bailey Maverick here looking to double. Oh.
Nice shot.
Boy, the extra rev rate gets you that nice little tip at the back end.
Yeah, good move off the 210 last time on that lane.
You know, when you watch Jeff Grago's ball at that point, it just never made the corner.
Yeah.
Bailey's, on the other hand, makes the corner. And Billy Hibbert was playing way outside compared to everyone else.
Definitely, yeah.
Now he is spare open spare through 3. And Kyle Luckett open strike through 3. About a 12-pin lead, it looks like, for Kyle Luckett. Oh, and that's that little half hit that he's able to saw out the 10. That's the hit you're looking to see, right?
Yeah, that's ball's getting down the lane a bit, but it's picking up its roll and nice smooth look, and still with plenty of power to burn. Even a ball wants to seem to roll out or quit there at the end, but it's a good look when you can do that, when you can are able to get that ball to kind of stop for you, still have it to hit.
Well, an 8-pin lead here early for Bailey Maverick, and now Aiden Fellows here, working on a spare 4th frame. Oh, great shot.
He likes that lane 4.
Boy, he's a bad break away from having a lead in this match, Mike. And
Yeah, that was a bad break.
Kyle Luckett now with 3 in a row.
Taking advantage,
Yeah, Billy Hibbert and Kyle Luckett very familiar with one another, both bowling in the Indianapolis area. Oh, back-to-back great shots for Aiden Fellows.
Yeah, very nice and smooth. Posted it well. Carried. And checked all the boxes on that one.
And the 2-8 for Kyle Luckett now on lane 13, the spare that he missed in the first frame. Well, he makes it that time. Important to fill frames. Oh.
Another ball with plenty of power.
Well, he's figured this pair out.
Very
Mike.
confident. Yeah, you can just tell the body language tells you how confident he is.
Well, just an 8-pin match, though. He can take an 18-pin lead here with a strike in the 6th frame. Billy comes in high, 3-6-10. The winners of these two matches will bowl each other in the next round. And we'll have Jacob Sisk, Hunter Glaze in the winner's bracket final. Six bowlers remain. Now, Bailey Maverick here. Left lane, working on 4 in a row. Oh my goodness.
Best one yet, right there. Great shot.
And Billy Hibbert with the conversion on the 3-6-10. And all eyes right now here on the Maverick Fellows match on lanes 5 and 6. Both players, Mike, lined up. Aiden Fellows easily could have 4 in a row here. Almost left a stone 7-9 in the 3rd frame, but was able to knock out the 9-pin late. If it wasn't for that, Mike, he would be looking to build on his lead.
Yes.
Now he finds himself down 18.
Trying to get back in, yeah. Yep. Still a lot of time left in this one, halfway through.
Billy Hibbert with a light mixer there. He's looking to, obviously, he made a ball change there. Both players acclimated well here to 3 and 4. This is the most strikes we've seen on this end of the house pretty much all day.
Yeah, I think we did have an earlier match here. It was 240 to 210 on that pair. But I think that both bowlers look like they are just locked in and not much anxiety going on there yet.
All right, lane 6 finally sets a rack of pins. Aiden wiping down his ball. Kyle Luckett stepping up here. What looks like the 6th frame working on a spare. Oh my goodness, a pin came out of the rack on lane 13. Luckily, Kyle had already released his ball. Boy, that would have been.
That is a good break. It didn't happen during this one's right.
Oh, just missed. There's the difference between the power of Bailey Maverick, Mike. His ball is able to come off that spot right there.
Seems like Aiden's got a little more if you get it in a bit, but not a lot. There's not a lot of room, period. But,
could you imagine have been in your last step and that pin would have dropped like that? There's no way
there'd be a flinch. Yeah, you'd definitely be flinching. Yeah.
Yeah. You would have heard a thunk because if he tried to hold on to the ball as much as he can, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it would have been late in the release, so I think it would have been trouble.
Can he convert? Ooh, open frame, 7th frame.
Well, a couple strikes here by Bailey Maverick will really make it nearly impossible for Aiden to get back in.
Oh, 35-pin lead right now. 25-pin lead. Can make it 35 here with a strike. Oh, Mike, he looks extremely confident.
Yes.
Right now.
Totally agree with that.
35-pin lead. Can make it 45 with a strike here in the 8th frame. He's pretty much has forced Aiden Fellows to strike out to have any hope, and Aiden's going to need some help in the meantime.
Yes.
All right, both matches here up for grabs still. Obviously advantage Bailey Maverick, and now looking to convert what looks to be a 2-pin spare here for Kyle, and he does. Messenger! Oh. No. Still.
That was as close as the last ones that he struck, so yeah, he definitely put it. Oh, we're going to have to reset to 10. Machine knocked it over.
Well, and Billy Hibbard looking to double here in the 7th frame to inch closer to Kyle Luckett. Oh, and he does.
Oh, that was a great shot.
Just a 10-pin match, Mike, over here. Kyle Luckett up 10 pins, 126 in the 6th. With the strike here, Billy Hibbard will have 116. This will tie the match with a strike right here. Comes in. Oh, what a break. Trips out the 3-7, or the 2-7-8 was standing there, Mike, and
kind of stunned it, fell kind of forward, half forward there.
Yeah, 2-pin fell real late. What a break. Bailey here just, he fills frames. He's going to force Aiden to strike. Now Kyle Luckett. Oh, and Bailey misses the 10-pin. Comes in light. Oh, and he trips the 2. Oh. Monkey see, monkey do right there, right?
Yeah, this frame has taken a turn here. Changed a little bit of complexion, but not the lead, but changes the math a little bit.
Yeah. Well, 32-pin lead here for Bailey, but that can be cut down here with 2 great shots, and Aiden Fellows missing the head pin right. See, and Bailey's ball will recover from that spot right there. Aiden, not enough rev rate to get that ball to make the corner when he misses a little right.
Yeah, kind of lost it on the bottom of the swing there a bit.
Now, can Kyle Luckett? Oh, what a shot by Kyle Luckett. Doubles up. Mike, we got a chance for a tie here in this match. Kyle takes a 10-pin lead back over Billy Hibbard, forcing Billy to come right back. Both players needing to take advantage of a trip to break. Oh.
Nope.
Aiden opens here in the 8th, and that's going to pretty much maybe end Aiden's weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got an outside chance, but he's going to need some strikes here in the 9th and 10th.
Oh, trip 6
That might have tripped the 6 and the 7.
for Billy Hibbert. Tie, we're back all square in that match. He can take a 10-pin lead, Mike, with a strike here in the 9th frame. A strike here, Mike, no matter what, Billy cannot be shut out. Still
Much better shot, but yeah, just couldn't get the 4 out there for Aiden.
Yeah, great weekend for Aiden. Solid bowling, get this far. Again, we've talked about it. You get this far, you want to, your mind's on winning. You see how close you are. You can see the finish line.
Yeah, he turned a number 14 seed into this finish. It's a good day.
Now, Billy Hibbert here. Now he stops here. Must have heard something here behind us. Good spare there for Aiden. Great weekend, though, for the young man. Most he can shoot is 202. Bailey just needs 18 pins in the next 2 frames total. I like his chances here as he has been on fire. Oh, most inopportune time for Billy Hibbert. Goes right through the face. 6, 7, 10 in the 9th. Well, Bailey doesn't like it, but oh my goodness. That ball came from nowhere.
That ball did come back with plenty of power.
That ball came back from Marion, I think, somewhere in that area. And how does Randy Peterson say that ball went out for fries and a shake and came back with steak and baked potato? Oh, you got to like some of Randy's one-liners.
Yes.
I always wanted to ask Randy, so do you spend all your off time coming up with all these clever sayings?
Randy is pretty sharp. And
does he have a little book?
Sure. Yeah.
Does he have a little book with all of them written out, waiting for the moment? And a flat 10, but Bailey Maverick survives. And he'll bowl. Looks like Kyle Luckett. Billy Hibbert with 201. That was an open in the 10th frame, and that's enough for Kyle Luckett, who will advance. And 32 seed, Mike. The last guy in is one of the last guys standing.
Yeah. It's all about the match play and making the shots when you need them.
And look at this. 31 and 32. Still alive.
And 20.
But the guys that snuck in the bracket. Remember, both of these guys, think about this, both of these guys, Hunter Glaze and Kyle Luckett, tied at plus 12.
Right. It's phenomenal, really. That's what you always got to look to, because you just, that's what can happen.
Something to think about.
I like that ball better.
Yeah. Great weekend for Aiden Fellows, and Bailey Maverick advances to the next round, the 8th round here at the Indiana Masters. All right, that'll wrap up pretty much. One more shot here from Kyle Luckett. We'll come back with the next round. The 2 winners and the 2 remaining losers will take on one another here in round number 8, right here from the Indiana Masters from Championship Lanes. We'll be back with the next round right after this. All right, welcome back here. Scott Gilmore, Mike Albee. Savage Bowling TV's presentation of the 25th anniversary of the Indiana Masters. We're down to our final 4 bowlers. The 2 losers are bowling against the 2, and the 2 winners are bowling one another. So Bailey Maverick against Kyle Luckett, Jacob Sisk, Hunter Glaze. Both of them stressful matches, Mike, from this standpoint. The losers bracket, you're out if you lose. But in the winners bracket, if you win, you're in the title match, and you have to be beaten twice.
Yeah, there's some heavy heavy things weighing on the line here, and with Bailey Maverick the way he's bowling, I'm gonna want that extra match if I'm if he's the one coming up, you know. But you never know. We've seen it all day. You know, a spare here or a count here, those things all matter, and anything can happen. And for Bailey, you know, a couple of bad breaks. I mean, just a hit or whatever. He's out of mulligans, so he needs to do it and keep going.
And Jacob with a strike now, the 6-10. Well, a past Lafayette and a current Lafayette bowler in the final 4. I believe Hunter bowls around this area. Oh, and Jacob flags the 6-10.
Probably, you know, a little bit of nerves. Obviously, you're out there, you're down to the end, and you know, you don't want to give that up, but you can understand it.
I'm sure somebody in the chat can help me. I believe, was Bailey Maverick from the Newcastle area or Noblesville? I don't know. I was trying to remember. Maybe somebody can help me out where Bailey Maverick bowled his high school bowling from. I know he was in the single state finals bracket and won a state championship, but I can't remember what school Bailey bowled for. So if you know that, chime in on the chat. Peru, that's it. Thank you, John.
Ooh.
That's right, Peru High School.
Broke that 2-8-10 down. Just leaving the 2-8.
Appreciate all those chiming in. Scotty Kramer, hope you had a good time last night at the Royal Rumble. There were some views in some of those seats that I don't even know how you saw anything.
I think it's just about being there,
Yeah.
and
The
all
aura,
the excitement.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to believe, 70,000+ people in.
Yeah. I'll tell you, Indianapolis has had quite the events this year. Or I guess not this year, but in the last 12 months.
Would you qualify a back-to-back Taylor Swift concert at Lucas Oil Stadium as one of those?
You know, I would, only because of the amount of people that were here. I did not participate in that, but
where were we at? And they were complaining about you couldn't get a hotel anywhere.
We had to, in the ice rink business, we had hockey tournaments, and we had to stay away from that weekend because there were no rooms to have for the out-of-town teams.
Well, yeah, I believe there was like no hotels even up in
for hours.
Lafayette,
Yeah,
you know?
it was a ways away. Yeah,
and I think there was a home football game too, but
yeah, and a strike there for Jacob Sisk.
I wouldn't just call that a strike.
I think the complaint is what I heard is Purdue scheduled Parents Weekend the same weekend, so you know you have Purdue Indy now. Well, they couldn't find hotels.
Yeah.
Oh, Bailey Maverick with a somewhat high pocket 4-10.
You know, Jacob Sisk, you said he had a strike. I would call that a strike.
Yes.
I mean, that had plenty of power left.
Yeah, pins everywhere.
But Bailey, you know, this is one of those where you got to be careful here because you want to keep your momentum going, and you know, you just don't have that error room to lose this match and you're out.
Oh, washout split. You know, and Jacob and Hunter they still have a mulligan left,
yes,
right?
They do, yeah.
So you lose this match, you're not out. However, you're going to have to bowl one more to get back
Yes,
in
yeah.
the championship match.
Good to see you, Dave.
Important here for Jacob to at least try to make this put pressure on, and he leaves the 8-10.
It's good to see Dave Small.
Yeah, makes an appearance
Great,
again.
great proprietor here, and always a wonderful host with Angie.
Jacob's got his family here watching him this weekend, so he's got quite the rooting section behind 11 and 12. Oh, boy.
Oh, that was high flush.
That was an authoritative strike
That's
there
a double.
from.
That's a big double.
Yeah, he's really putting the hurting on
Yeah.
Jacob here early. Well, Bailey Maverick looks like he went strike, spare, open. Yep, strike, spare, open. Strike, spare, I believe, for Kyle Luckett. Just a 10-pin match here for those two here in the loser's bracket. One thing that Hunter Glaze does not lack, and that's ball speed.
Yeah, you know, that one was, he put pins in play to knock that 7 out, just didn't get the breaks off the wall. Made a good shot, gave it a run. Now you just got to deep breath and get your spare.
Oh, and he misses the 7-pin, Mike.
Yeah, those are tough. You just don't want to let those get away, but still holds the lead.
36-pin lead right now over Jacob Wright. Or, excuse me, Jacob Sisk. Now, Jacob looks like he's going to make a ball change here, Mike.
Well, you know, now's the time. I mean, it's you've got time left, and, you know, if you lose this one, you can still go, but you want to try to see if you can get back in there and win this one.
Oh,
nice change.
Nothing like making a ball change and just 10 back.
That ball seemed to make the right moves in all the right spots on the lane. Bailey Mavericks sending the pins flying for another one of those strikes. Power shots.
Yeah, and he needed. He's down 9 pins. You can take a 1-pin lead, Mike, or shot, or with the strike here, Mike. And oh,
Man.
boy, that would have been a nice one.
Yeah, he just did not get the reward on that. That was a good-looking shot by Jacob.
Well, Zach, one point we made too was Hunter Glaze and Kyle Luckett tied at -12. Hunter was the higher seed because he had the higher game. So both guys tied to get in to the top 32, and here they find themselves still alive in the final 4.
And here comes Bailey, just getting that big double right there.
He takes a 1-pin lead over Kyle Luckett. Now, can Kyle answer here in the 6th frame. His 5th frame, excuse me. Oh, and he does.
Nice comeback.
Oh, and
Pretty
a great
shot by
shot
Hunter.
there by, but kind of redeem yourself
Yeah.
after knowing deep down inside, I can't be missing single pins. But he comes back, forgets about it, throws a great strike there in the 6th to keep his lead at 25 pins. Now he can increase that lead to 35 with the strike, and now Kyle Luckett can take a 1-pin lead back here with a strike in the 6th. Left lane. Comes in light. There's that 2-8 again. And Kyle playing pretty much farther outside part of the lane here too. Hunter's playing
pretty
that same
shot.
part, much more ball speed. And really Jacob's right on top of that too.
Yeah, that was a pretty shot by Hunter there, but Jacobs made a couple of good shots the last 2 shots. His ball switch just made it look really good.
Yeah, and you made a great point though about Bailey Maverick playing a part of the lane all by himself.
Yeah.
All right, want to thank our sponsors here for making this broadcast possible. I want to thank the brands of Brunswick, Mike Albies, Arrowhead Bowl, A1 Automotive, Pinheads Entertainment, Tim Mack's Victory Lanes Pro Shop, and Championship Lanes, and obviously the Indiana State USBC. And a good spare there for Kyle Luckett, and a great strike for Jacob Bright. He can cut that deficit to 15 here. Back to 25 with a strike here in the 8th. Right now, Hunter Glaze with a 35-pin advantage. Oh,
Good
comes
shot.
in just a little bit high, 4-pin. Bailey Maverick comes in light. That's a 2-8. That makes things a little more interesting here.
Keeps it close.
Yeah. Matter of fact, with a spare, Bailey will have just a 1-pin advantage here halfway through their match. All right, our final 4, Jacob Sisk, Hunter Glaze, Bailey Maverick, and Kyle Luckett. The Glaze-Sisk match is the winner of that will be in the championship match, the title match, 1 game away from claiming the crown and a state title. And your name up on the masking units every year you come here to remind yourself of what a great weekend it was. Oh,
Pins aren't staying around long, are they? After
No.
that ball hits 100 degrees.
well, here we go. Actually, with that 8-count spare, he actually trails in the match by 1.
Oh, geez, sleeves the
solid
7.
7.
Man, that ball came back with vengeance. That's not what you would expect to see on that hit.
Ooh. Well, luckily for Hunter, he had a little bit of a cushion there with that 4-7-6-7 standing. Jacob Sisk can shoot 192, Mike. Match is not over, but Jacob needs to strike to force Hunter to show up in the 10th frame.
Well, Jacobs made some good shots since he made that ball change earlier in the game.
All right, spare for Bailey Maverick. Oh, boy. You want to get pin count there.
Yeah,
2 means
that's a
4
couple.
in that
Yeah,
situation.
That's right.
That's 2 pins. So if Jacob Sisk can strike out here in the 9th and 10th frames, he would force Hunter to mark in the 10th.
You know, Mark, in this situation can be very difficult at times with the pressure and what it means. And this is to lead the tournament.
A lot at stake right here in this match. Oh,
4 through the middle.
that'll end it. Hunter Glaze is going to be your winner's bracket champion here, and he'll be in the title match. Oh, and Kyle Luckett with a strike.
Big strike.
2 pin advantage. He can make it 12 with a strike here in the 8th frame. And my, oh my, how does that stone 7-pin sit right now with Bailey Maverick? How big would that be? Every strike matters. As we get late into every game here.
Yep. There's some time left here, but not much. It's like 3 frames each for both.
Well, this is when you earn your money right here in these moments. Oh, what a
Nice shot.
double.
Nice shot.
Now, he has really forced Bailey to match. Pin advantage for Kyle Luckett. All right. Hunter Glaze in the title match. Jacob Sisk will bowl the winner of the Kyle Luckett Bailey Maverick match over here. Oh, great shot there. He's a little warm on that 7-pin. He knows how big of a shot that would be right now, Mike.
Yeah. Well, this can be an even bigger one because this one he needs to match up.
Well, it'd only be
with Kyle Luckett.
Still, you're looking at only a 1-pin match at that point, but when you're putting strings of strikes up there, that looks a lot different than spares when your opponent is looking at what you're doing as well. So here we go. 9th frame.
Everybody wants to hit the 9th. You got to set your 10th frame up, so this is huge.
The 31 seed in the title match. And how amazing would it be for him to take on the 32 seed?
Yeah.
Here we go. Bailey Maverick needs it. Oh, what a break. Oh, my goodness. It looked like the 4-10 was standing and the 4 falls forward and the 10 falls backward almost simultaneously.
Yeah, it really was.
Wow. Now all the pressure right back on Kyle Luckett, but he's got just a 2-pin lead here.
He can finish it off by taking it out in the 9th and 10th.
Kyle controls his own destiny here.
This is a real big one here in the 9th.
Oh, great shot.
It was just perfectly thrown in there. I mean, that was high flush. Wow.
Oh, so much pressure right here. Now, still far from over. Bailey Maverick can strike out for 224. Kyle Luckett can strike out for 236. Kyle still needs the first 2. He needs the first one and 9 in the 10th frame to shut out Bailey Maverick. And as you know, Mike, 9 count is just as hard as getting a strike.
It really is.
On this pattern. That looks good. Oh, my goodness, what a shot.
Wow.
Oh.
Solid 10.
Wow, did he throw that one great.
He certainly did. Nope, you don't want to let it get away here.
Oh, my. You could just see it, too. Kyle knew it. He loved it off his hand.
Made a great shot. Made a great shot. That's all you can do.
Important to make the spare, and he does.
Well, he's only got one pin and count here to play with.
Yeah, important here to get 9 or better. That forces Bailey to double. Now, anything less than 9, Mike, if he goes 8 in the fill, then all of a sudden Bailey could go strike 9 and we have a tie. Regardless, Bailey knows what he has to do here to win this match.
And he's been doing it all day.
That's a little left. Okay.
Got 9.
That's important right there. 2-14 finish.
This is not only to get into the semifinal here. This is to stay in the tournament.
Here we go. Bailey Maverick with all the experience, bowling on tour. Can he use that to his advantage here? Calm the heart rate and perform here in the 10th frame. Must strike right here. Oh,
my.
Flat 10. Boy, the first time all day we've seen.
That, yeah.
First time all day that we've seen him leave a flat 10.
Yeah, he had it in the right part of the lane the whole bit, made a great shot at it.
Boy, and the big
What a show he's put on, though, the last so many matches. Just, wow.
The big shot, though, really, when you think about it, too, is that solid 7 pin he left in the 7th frame. He gets that, Mike, and that's 10 more pins.
Yeah, he's right there.
He is right there. But that's bowling.
Yeah.
You know, Kyle could have, with a break there, tripping out the 10 pin on a great shot, could have shut him out. So, goes both ways, and still, what a great match by both Kyle Luckett and Bailey Maverick, and what a weekend for him. Cashed at the U.S. Open, makes a deep run here at the Indiana Masters, comes up short. Kyle Luckett, Jacob Sisk, two guys that bowled in Lafayette as Kyle bowled as a youth there, moved to Indianapolis. Jacob Sisk still bowls in Lafayette. They'll find themselves in the finals of the elimination bracket here at the Indiana Masters. Winner will advance to take on Hunter Glaze. We'll have the final of the losers match right here on Savage Bowling TV right after this short timeout. All right, here we go. 7 and 8. The final of the elimination bracket right here between Jacob Sisk and Kyle Luckett. Jacob coming in high, fortunate to leave just the 10 pin there.
Yeah, a little left off his hand, but good ball speed. Looks like he's staying with the ball that he switched to the last game, which seemed to look like it rolled in all in the right spots. You just gotta kind of give it a little bit of room, give it a chance, and very contrasting match between the two bowlers, between speed and direction's close, but speed is different.
Well, and now, remember, the match that we had previous on here between Billy Hibbert and Jeff Crago, neither one
right.
could do anything, right?
No, that was a bloodbath.
So let's see if it's any different here for both Jacob and Kyle.
And the recommendation would be make your spares because they're going to count on this pair.
All right, Kyle Luckett here with some clutch bowling against Bailey Maverick.
Very clutch. Yeah, those are some great shots. That's solid 10. First ball attempt was amazing.
Neither bowler really flinched.
No, not at all. Wow, pretty shot to start by Kyle. Half pocket, slap that 10.
You know, I'm sure you know, the nerves are going, the butterflies, the adrenaline, but you're also at a point now you're so far along that you are so focused on what you're doing, and you've made so many quality shots to get to this point. You're pretty confident right now in what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've shown at the last few rounds that they pretty much know what they're going to, and it's just a matter of making shots now. Plus, especially this match, you're either in or you're out.
Right. That needs to hold.
Well, it did.
Oh, and it did, and it tripped out the 4. Wow.
That might be the first double we've seen on this pair.
Don't tell them.
Yeah.
Oh. Now, Jacob Sisk. Second frame, working on a spare. Oh.
That was an excellent ball looking off his hand. Not happy with the break, though, around that one. Man,
you don't deserve the 4-9 on that one.
This is a big spare. You want to see if you can get this one to slide across and take this 4 into the 9.
Just from even though to keep the match close, but you make a spare that you normally don't make too often, obviously would make you feel really good. Takes the 4 straight back, and early on, that's what you have to tell yourself. The scoring pace is still high 190s, low 200s on a really good game, right?
Yeah,
right now, the way the pattern is playing. A lot of frames left. If Kyle shoots a 250 game or better, then tip your cap and say, hey, great bowling, right? But one frame is not going to take you out.
Yeah. Just a little direct on that lane because he's getting plenty of power and plenty of back end. But just got it a little too up the lane.
All right, we appreciate you hanging out with us here this afternoon. Just 2 matches away from crowning a champion. And what a storyline we have. Oh, great spare there for Jacob. And one guy that just squeaked in on the number is in the championship match, and another guy that tied him.
Yeah.
It has an opportunity to meet him.
Get there again, yeah. Yep.
In the finals. And what a story that would be. Seeds 31 and 32 in the finals. That would be unbelievable. Now, Kyle Luckett right here, right lane, double working. That's going high.
Breaks it down, though.
Yep, fortunate to leave the 6-10.
Well, the 10-pin kind of got moved a little closer to that 6, so should help with the potential of chopping it.
There you go. One thing you don't want to do is give your opponent any sort of life.
Nope. Because we all know sometimes there's breaks, good and bad, and if you get those good ones and your opponent gets those good ones, you don't want to, you got to count on that stuff. It happens.
Oh, that needs to go. That's one thing. You got a little quick with that. Boy, that's the trouble that Jeff Grego had on this pair. He got that ball a little bit out late, and it just never recovered.
And, it's getting a little quiet in here. There's no other bowling going on except for right in front of us on lanes 7 and 8. So it's you can kind of hear some of the ambient noise around us. So it's, you're all out there by yourself when you're going up to the foul line. Anything's easy to get distracted.
All right, the 1-2-8 here in the 4th frame for Kyle Luckett. And how much of a as a bowler in this position do you hear some of that ambient noise?
You shouldn't really hear any, but it's like anything else. If it's constant, it doesn't bother you. But it's when it's quiet and then you hear one thing.
Right.
I mean, I remember one of my early shows. People could be yelling your name all the time if you know it's coming. It's when it's dead quiet and somebody yells, "Come on, Mike," and it catches you right in the bottom of your swing. Then all of a sudden it's in your head, and those are the things that can bother you.
Now Jacob, a little bit of life here after Kyle couldn't throw another strike.
Switch back.
Yeah,
he switched back to that ball.
Back to the gem there on the right lane. I'm not 100% sure, but I thought Kyle might be throwing an IQ tour. Oh, that's got a hook. Oh, my goodness. What a mistake. Yeah, I think Kyle had 8 spare in the 4th, so Zach Spencer coming in to change the score for Kyle. And now, but what a critical mistake there by Jacob Sisk. And
yeah, you just can't give those away. I mean, it's hard, but now it's over, so you get back on your horse here and see if you can get a strike started.
oh, fortunate, Mike, just to have
They had all sorts of opportunities.
Yeah.
You really look like I was going to drive the 4 out, and then, wow, what the 6-9's over there. What's that doing there?
What do you, if you're coaching or assisting Jacob in this instance, when he finishes this frame and he comes back to the Setieri, what are you telling him at this point?
Well, I mean, it's kind of twofold. I mean, he switched back to this ball he used earlier, which seems to roll earlier, but kind of rolls itself out. I really like to look at the ball he switched to just because it went through the front part of the lane really well and kind of rolled up in the mid lane and kind of still had finish on the back end. I just think he got a few of those inside his target, and they broke high. I really think he might have faked himself out a bit, but because he was throwing that ball really well. And obviously now it's a matter of concentration on the spares.
And he just goes back to back.
Yeah, those hurt for sure.
9 misses. Now, if you're Kyle sitting on the bench and you just see that, what does that do for you?
Well, I mean, it makes you. It's really hard because you really have to keep bearing down and keep pushing until the game's over. You don't want to feel like, oh, okay, I've got it now, or things are relaxing at all. You still got to make good shots, especially on this condition.
It comes in light with the 2-5.
Because we've seen it all day. I mean, we've just seen when the game turns. I mean, it can turn on a dime and or one shot pretty much. So you got to continue to bear down like this. You know, it's a 2-5. Got to make your spare.
Yeah,
just one shot at a time is all you can do it.
Yeah, at this point, you just don't want to give any help back to your opponent after he's given you everything you needed.
Exactly.
But if you're Jacob, you definitely have to forget about it. And when he missed the 2-pin, Mike, that seemed to me to really affect him on that next shot.
Oh, yeah, I agree totally.
Oh, and then Kyle
and there it is,
chops the 2 off the 5.
Yeah.
28-pin lead for Kyle Luckett here through 5. And now, if you're Jacob, what does that do for you when you see your opponent give you a little bit of life back?
Yeah, I mean, it's important for him to kind of bear down and you know, you got to get back down there and put your head down and just take it one shot at a time is all you can do. If you're Kyle, you got to put one back in it here, get back in it.
That needs to sit. Oh, boy, the pin's just, that pin came flying across and just took out the 10.
Because if you look at Kyle throw that shot, he didn't have the crisp release that he had before. You know, that dedicated with what you're trying to do. Maybe being a little too careful, kind of keep it in play. And it's funny, the pins have life. They know when you're doing that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, I only need 8 this time. Oh, hey, 7.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Yeah.
You know,
They sense tightness,
they
don't they?
They really do. See, like that. Just boom. 1 through. So, yeah, it's hard. It's a big shot here for Jacob. See if he can get a good shot made and start to set it up here for the last 5 frames of the game.
There's
nice
a good shot.
Beautiful shot.
All right.
Yeah, that was a great shot there.
And, you know, it's so hard as a player sometimes after you go back-to-back 9 misses to get that out of your mind, right?
No,
you're always,
you can overthink them. Yeah,
right.
I mean,
You're always thinking, if I just would have done, and you can't do that at this
No.
point. It's so hard.
that analyzation
so
stuff
hard not
has
to,
to
do
be
it.
when it's all over.
Yeah.
You know, you can't do it now.
Right.
But yeah, that was one great shot to come back with there.
Well, now if he
Now you
makes,
kind of send a message. You know, you send a message to Kyle.
if he can execute right here, he can get himself right back in this match.
Well, that was a pretty
There
good
you
message
go.
right there. Yeah. Yep.
Now Kyle's really thinking, man, if I
Boy,
kinda
that's-
hate giving him
yeah.
an opening, you know.
Yep.
Now he's looking at a 28. Now he's only up 18 pins
Yeah, you
here.
can't be a scoreboard watcher here.
Right.
You just can't. You've just got to go back to making crisp, clean shots. And first thing you got to do is hit your target. That's
Yeah,
that's your next job. Hit your target.
Just execute. Stay out of your own way.
Yeah.
Just execute.
Much cleaner.
Mm.
He'll take that. I mean, that was a good shot. Much cleaner at the bottom. Hit it very close to his area where he was probably trying to hit it.
Important to make the spare. Uh-oh, trouble, Mike. Oh, and it is.
Kyle's just lost his concentration here. And it's kind of a similar way the first half of the game, Jacobs, it's very similar.
Exactly what Kyle didn't want to do. After Jacob gives him back-to-back open frames, Kyle gives him back 2 out of the last 3 frames as opens. That's a good shot. Ooh, ball just
Laid up. Yep.
didn't finish there. Boy, it's amazing how in this tournament how the match can swing one way to the other so quickly.
Yeah, this one definitely has done that.
All right, Jacob Sisk now double working 8th frame here, right lane.
Threw it nice. Oh, boy, that was a clean looking shot too. I mean, the speed wasn't over. It just looked like he was close. Just did not pick up a roll early enough. 2-4-5.
That's where the surface of the ball comes into play, Mike. It kind of burns up a little bit.
Yeah,
You're not going to
didn't quite have that jump.
Yeah,
on
you're
the
not going
back.
to get massive recovery with
Yeah.
something with that much
Yeah.
surface on it.
Oh, big spare here.
What they mark here, just a 9-pin game. Going into the last 2 frames. Winner will take on 31 seed.
Oh, he's hooking it.
Oh, well, I don't.
Yeah, I was expecting him to go hard and straight at it, but
Well, when you have a pair that's just
yeah,
so
well, we
kind
saw it
of-
earlier.
yeah.
it was very snaky for him.
Yeah, I'm taking all of the error room out, and if I go hard and straight, if I just miss my mark, it's on me.
Yeah.
It's not on whether the ball hooks or not hooks.
So he's Jacob with 4 in the 10th, strike in the 9th, and 3 more. He can get to 179. Kyle Luckett is under 180 pace, so it could be 1 pin difference here in the end.
That comes in light. Oh, trips to 2. What a break.
That's a huge break. Yep. And,
Really.
it looked like he threw it good again. It just like you said, didn't want to catch that back in.
Yeah, and if Jacob goes on to lose this match, he's going to look at it and say, listen, it's on me. I had opportunities to make my spares and didn't do it.
But he's far from losing it yet. He's well in it here. He's given himself an opportunity.
Well, Kyle at a 180 pace.
Well, and this is a big shot in the 9th because he's on a spare, so he doesn't want to lose any count. There are so many possibilities in this last 2 frames. It's left.
Well, fortunate to leave just the 6-pin. And now, Mike, that definitely brings up a possibility for a tie.
Yeah, he leaves a 6-pin. I'm leaving that. Think I should have had it because it was flush Brooklyn, but you got to take them when you can get them. But now you make your spare.
And right now, too, the mental fatigue part of it, your legs get a little tired. It's hard to get that leg drive, that knee bend there.
Yeah.
Hand feels a little sweaty. It's just there's so many elements.
Yeah.
And then you happen to be on a pair that's just been pretty tricky
Right.
most of the day.
Yeah, exactly.
And Billy Hibbert and Jeff Grego will attest to that. This pair has been a challenge outside of the first couple of rounds
Yeah,
on it, right?
exactly,
Once
yeah.
it's broken down, it has been a challenge for the players.
Well, here we are, 10th frame.
Trying to see.
He's still got it's his tournament. It's his match to win.
Well, he's going to make an adjustment here with tape.
As the tension builds, I mean, a couple deep breaths here. Make a good shot.
Well, Kyle, former Purdue player himself. Can he execute here in the 10th frame? That's got a
right.
hook.
That's right.
It's got a hook. Oh, he's lucky it's not a washout.
Okay, he can't lock it up, but he can certainly make it really difficult here for Jacob. But you got to make this spare first.
Regardless, Jacob has an opportunity.
Yes,
and when
he
you've
does.
had 4 opens in your match, you have to feel lucky or fortunate from that standpoint. Important to make, you're right, Mike, important to make this spare.
Nice shot. Counts big here.
Well, a strike and 9 for Jacob, that would put him 168.
Yeah,
so he's going to need to double in the 10th regardless.
So counts really big here for Kyle because it makes a few different variations of what Jacob's going to have to get if he gets that double.
Right. And you definitely don't want to go up here and
Kyle, he's thrown 2 strikes this game, and it was the first 2 frames.
yeah, and it's just unbelievably
Yeah.
just kind of been lost.
And
Ever
just
since
think
that 5th frame really kind of derailed him in a way.
if he makes that, if Kyle makes that spare in the 7th frame, that single pin spare, this is a win right here. Oh, that's a big count.
Well, now all you do, Mike, is just sit back and listen.
All
You
you
kind of
do.
get an idea what happens when the ball hits the pins. You can kind of tell if the ball is really good or not, right?
Yeah. Of course,
Well.
it's got to have the first 2. One at a time here for Jacob.
Here we go. Must strike on this ball right here.
Caught it all.
Oh, my goodness,
Yeah, he
what a
caught all
shot.
that.
Hey,
Needs
Mike, he
another
needs
one, yeah.
We need strike and 8.
Yep.
Strike and 8. And we've seen that be a difficult
Yeah.
challenge in itself.
I'm not sure this is the pair I'd want to do that on, but Jacob has that task, and so far he's stood up to it. I remember the last time it was 2-4-5 on this lane. Last time he didn't strike on this lane.
Well, he looked like to me, Mike, he has moved quite a bit right. And he's playing much straighter, throwing a little more firm. Here we go. Strike to win. That's got a hook. Oh, and he doesn't get there, and it's an 8 count. And Kyle Luckett survives.
You know, and that's a shot that Jacob made, and he made a good shot. He gave it room, gave it the opportunity to strike. It's a great shot under pressure. You know, it's when you kind of pull him in and you're afraid to let it out, but he threw a really good shot and just didn't catch the lane early enough.
All right, your title match. Number 31 seed Hunter Glaze taking on 32 seed Kyle Luckett for the title. We'll be back with the championship match here on Savage Bowling TV right after this short timeout. All right, welcome back here in the broadcast booth. Scott Gilmore and Mike Albee. We're about to get underway with the championship match, and what a storyline we have here tonight. We have the two guys that snuck in
Tied.
the 32
Tied.
bracket match play portion of this event with the same score, 31 and 32 seeds. However, Kyle Luckett must defeat Hunter Glaze twice to claim the championship.
That's a hard task to do, to win twice, but we've seen it done before. And Hunter's ready to just make it one.
Yeah. And Jeff Harris, right before or right after Hunter's match against Jacob Sisk, right before the losers bracket final started, told us that Hunter Glaze has bowled 12 games in like the last 3 or 4 months, and that's it.
You know, there's a lot to be said about that, you know, especially about the mental part of your game. When you need that break sometimes, and you need to come back refreshed, and but it's not an easy thing to do.
All right, Kyle Luckett here. Comes in light with the 2-5. Just absolutely incredible, though, to think that these two guys sneak in tied with the cut score, and here they are after all of these rounds. We're talking now we're in round 10, and here they are against one another.
Yeah, odds makers couldn't pick that. Yeah, 31 and 32, and to go through the battles to make it through, and a hot Bailey Maverick to get by Bailey, and it just it's quite the feat, and hope for an exciting match here at the end. But so far, either one winning will be a great story.
All right, we appreciate you watching here on Savage Bowling TV, the 25th anniversary of the Indiana Masters right here from Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana. 497 entries this year. Record turnout. I want to thank our sponsors quickly: Brunswick, Mike Albee's Arrowhead Bowl, A1 Automotive, Pinhead's Entertainment Center, Tim Mack's Victory Lane Pro Shops, and Championship Lanes for making this broadcast possible. Now, Kyle Luckett shreds the rack for a strike. I'm sure Kyle's probably happy to get off 7 and 8.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame him. Yeah, once again, it's all about having the most pins. Doesn't matter how to get there. It's about having the most pins.
Yeah, a little backstory on Hunter Glaze. Just I think a couple of years ago was in the Final Four of the Indiana Scratch Classic. So this is his second opportunity at a state title in the premium scratch events.
It's a good shot. He
10 pin.
gave it a run.
He's a local product too. Got a lot of people in the back rooting him on here tonight. Kyle Luckett, former college player at Purdue University. Matter of fact, Kyle and I were teammates at the Elkhart Team Challenge several years ago, where we won that title. And I always say Kyle is one of those just sneaky players. He's just not going to wow you with rev rate or anything like that, but he is steady, unflappable, and just makes quality shots when he needs it. And obviously that showed against Bailey Maverick a few rounds prior. Ooh, flat 10 there. Right now, definitely advantage Hunter only because he has kind of a mulligan in his corner, right?
But he's come out. He's come out like he wants to end it now.
Right.
I mean, he's hitting the pocket, and that's what you want to do. And you know, Kyle. I mean, there's pressure, but it's just a matter of, hey, you just got to go out and do it.
Yeah.
Just got to make a shot or two here and there, and keep the heat on.
Oh,
That's
how far back is it coming? Oh, almost. Well, that's a delay of game on the offense. Is that a 5-pin penalty? Oh. That just shows you the pins just absolutely bounce around.
Yeah, that popped
here
out
at
of there
Championship
pretty quick.
Lanes, yeah.
Yep.
And if that would have stayed on the lane, I don't know if that's going to get, yeah, it does. You know, if that stayed on the lane, that might have come all the way back to the foul line.
Oh, it would have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have. Then you can stand up there and catch it.
Yeah. Does he get to keep it as a souvenir when it does that?
I would think so.
Yeah.
I think I saw a sign about that.
All right, Kyle Luckett now with a strike working in the second frame. He can take a 1-pin lead here. Excuse me, a 11-pin lead here with the strike. High. Ooh, this is going to be a tricky spare here. The 3-9. Not one you really want to shoot at.
He's kind of in, it looks like Kyle's kind of in one of those spots on the lanes where he's, you know, it's a real fine line to what's going to get him to the pocket. I mean, get it in a little, wants to jump and get it out, and it's going to wiggle. So not quite make it up to the pocket. So he may have to make an adjustment here to get this one to the second game. But spares are important. This is a tough one. Beautiful shot.
Good
That's
cover.
a tough spare. Yeah, that's a good shot.
A lot of times the pros will tell you the 3-6-9-10 is one of the toughest spares to make on tour, right?
I agree with that. There's so many more ways you can miss it than make it.
Well, on a normal league house shot, you could swing it to the gutter because there's
You
no
know
oil
you
out
should get
there.
that rebound. Yeah.
But on a sport pattern that's very flat, you don't have that luxury of that free hook on the outside.
You get it in, it starts to fade out, and then you want to keep it in tight, and it wants to jump and take the double wood out of it.
Again, thanks for hanging out with us all afternoon here at Championship Lanes, and those in the chat, we appreciate you watching. And Kyle Luckett, Hunter Glaze in the title match here. I'm not sure we'll ever have the bottom two seeds maybe ever again make the finals.
It is amazing. Yeah, that's a hard feat. It's hard to get here no matter what spot you come in, but the bottom two.
Ooh, now he's got the 3-6.
There's the one you really didn't want.
We just talked about that.
Yeah. And plus it's a bad count too, so that's the other one. You're going to take away your advantage of a count.
Well, working on 5 o'clock here in Anderson. Give you an idea of what time it is here. Long day. These guys have been here, most of them since 9:30. These two guys have been here since probably 9 o'clock this morning. That needs to hook. Oh, he
steals that one. Good.
Oh, back to back.
Good shot, yeah.
Yeah. Great spares on both of those.
Softer speed allowed that 9-pin to get out of there.
Okay, 3-pin match here.
That's a big spare to keep going with the spares. Keep the heat up.
That's left.
Yeah.
Oh, that is way left. And you know what's more amazing, Mike, as little as Hunter has bowled this season and in the last few months, the timing, it's amazing how well the timing is.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what's going to happen once in a while. He gets a little quick or whatever. The swing gets out of sorts. Now you can see why that might happen, but great spare.
That's a tough spare.
Both guys have made some tough spares.
Yeah, plus Hunter gave that count right back.
Yeah. Now he's down 1 pin.
Yep.
So important here now for Hunter to throw a good shot. And there it is.
That was pretty good. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Still a good crowd hanging out here. Checking out the title match here between Kyle Luckett and Hunter Glaze. Hunter Glaze, the undefeated player. Kyle will have to defeat him twice to claim the championship.
And he's the only one in the center throwing a shot right now. All out there by himself.
Well, to maintain a 1-pin lead.
It's one of his better shots. Nope.
Oh.
Just not making the recovery.
2-4-5, and
yep.
That's the difference. Hunter with a little more rev rate than Kyle, and obviously Hunter playing much more direct with that ball speed, and Kyle's a much softer player.
I think Kyle's going to have to make a little move somewhere, you know, try to find get the pocket, because it's either high or light right now.
Yeah, good cover there.
Yep.
Now Kyle finds himself down 2. He's going to make a ball change here, Mike.
Yeah, I think it's a good call.
Boy, this is a big shot right here, Mike,
It
in this
is.
situation. Midpoint of the game here, making a ball change. Oh, what a
Good
shot
change.
there.
Yeah, good move. Good move. And now the big shot is in Hunter's hands right here. Chance to get that double and move out in front.
Well, you just don't know how important that is.
Yeah.
When you make that commitment and then you throw it well and you see what you want to see.
No, I think the timing was right, though.
Ooh, almost. A little high, could have easily been.
That could have been a lot of
4-6.
things. Yeah, that could have been a couple different things. Yeah. Good break to get that out of there.
Yeah, a pin came from the left of the 6-pin and almost took it out, went right behind it.
Yeah.
Now still a 2-pin match in Hunter's favor, but Kyle sitting on the strike in the 6th frame. Seventh frame. Working on a spare, left lane.
Oh.
Mike, that had a double bounce to it. I didn't
Yeah.
think he got out of that clean.
Nope. And it was definitely to the right.
Boy, big spare here. Oh.
Boy, you're right. You can't give up on anything. At least
Yeah,
I
the way
thought
the
the pin
pins
was going
bounce.
to come out there and get it. Well, Kyle's got a big opportunity here to get some distance between him and Hunter.
120 in the 7th frame. Now, the shot of the match right here for Kyle Luckett. Made the ball change, struck on the left lane. Now, can he do the same, repeat it here on the right lane? Oh, trip
what a
4.
shot. He's making that ball move look really good right now. That was a great shot. Got the break, tripped the 4.
How big is
Good
it?
ball speed.
That's when you really got to know your equipment, right? You really have to know what you have. in your bag.
And it's so important not to have a different ball in your hand than you've been throwing to be comfortable that it's going to come off the hand the way you want it to. You know, so you really got to be concentrating really hard and have your timing together.
Now Kyle Luckett, double working 8th frame.
That's right.
That's got a hook.
Oh,
Oh,
it did too, though. I'll tell you
Wobbly, too.
what, that ball got back a lot more than I thought it might.
You're right, though, Mike. You just never know what's going to
Yeah.
happen. Pins tripping,
Yeah.
rolling stuff. Boy, as a player and not only your opponent, you don't know until the pin setter comes down and grabs a hold of it.
That's right. That's right.
But now, Kyle with a 2-pin lead here. Can make it 22 with the spare, and he does. Oof.
Boy, that was
That was a little
heart jumping to your throat right
that's
there.
skinny jeans right there, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hunter Glaze, though, a few strikes here can make it pressure filled.
All right, 142 in the 7th, 22-pin lead for Kyle Luckett. There's a good shot.
Pretty shot.
Mike, if he doesn't get too fast, every once in a while he gets a little quick with the feet.
Yeah, he just
And the
loses
timing
his
is a
ankle.
little out,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're trying to pull it back through to catch back.
It changes the whole trajectory of where you're trying to get. And if you're late with it, you're going to push it to the right. If you're early with it, you're going to pull it to the left. So good timing is so important, especially on these type of conditions where the angle matters.
That's left.
Well, that gives Kyle a little more breathing room on this one anyway. Hunter needs to make the spare. No doubt.
All right.
It's always good when the ball touches both of them.
Yeah. He still has 190 out there. Kyle on a 202 pace.
Yeah, this is one shot away from turning in either direction here.
And Hunter with just the one mistake there in the 7th when he had the washout. Both players would have been clean if that would have been made, and we would have been on the pace of maybe a tie game. Now Kyle Luckett controls his own destiny here. 9th frame, right lane. Oh,
pretty
boy.
shot. Well, that helps a ton with saving that count. Now in the 10th frame, he has a little room here.
Well, and you know when that 6-pin saws out the 10, you got a ball that's rolling in the right part of the lane. As a bowler, that's what you're looking for, right?
No, that tells you it's rolling at the right part of the lane, and you've thrown it really well. So a mark here will put us into one more match, one more game. And 9 out will force Hunter to get 3 to tie.
Sounds so easy, doesn't it?
Yeah, when you say it, not when you have to do it.
Here we go. It's right. Oh. Well, there's your 9.
But see, it's right, though, but that ball's recovering a bit for him. So, I mean, that's a much better look than he had earlier because he was either 2-4-5 or 3-6-9.
Yeah, you're right. Well, any make this and force game 2. He's going to put some tape in it. And
See, not only is this important for the spare to win, but I think if he spares it, now it gives him an extra shot. So then he can, if he needs to try something different or make a move with this ball he's been using, maybe move a couple more to the right, or get in and soften up, then he has that opportunity to do that. So it's important in a couple different ways.
now there you go.
Okay.
Now just keep it on the lane.
He's already a winner now.
Yeah, that's 192. Yep.
Yeah, he can.
But you're right.
Yeah.
Now you can kind of fish for something here if you want to.
If I was him, I'd make a little more move to the right with that ball. Just a couple boards, see what it does.
You talking with the feet?
Yeah, with the feet.
Yep.
Yep.
Up.
Well, that got it up. So that's a mental note right there. Do you need to make it one more little adjustment or not? But that was a solid 201 game.
Now Hunter knows he can't win the match here, the title here. He's going to have to pull another game. What's he doing here? Is he going to look for maybe something here in the 10th frame?
I really think he has the look. It's just a matter of making the execution. I agree with you. It's the timing, just a hair off a couple times. You get there, like I said, a little late, and the ball pushes to the right.
And it's about.
It's about just trying to fine tune that a little bit.
Right.
Settle back down, get your feet underneath you, and just worry about hitting your target, and that's it. Because if you're late with your timing, then you're trying to pull it back to get it in play, and if you're early, then the ball's going to shoot to the right. So.
All right.
Yeah, you want to make that and get one more free shot.
Yep.
And
all
off
right.
you go.
Kyle Luckett forces a Game 2 here in the title match for the 25th anniversary of the Indiana Masters here from Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana. We'll be back with game number 2 of our title match right after this. All right, welcome back here. Scott Gilmore, Mike Albee here in the broadcast booth. You're watching the Indiana Masters here on Savage Bowling TV, and title match going to a game number 2 after Kyle Luckett defeats Hunter Glaze 201 to 176. And Mike, it's coming all down to one single game.
Yeah, if there was any more nerves out there, they've now increased more because this is down. It was basically one shot that kind of changed that whole game last game. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting here. But Hunter made a good shot, Phil Ball in the 10th, so I think he's back lined up to where he was before. So I think it's just a matter of who's going to get the first break or make the first mistake.
Oh,
or the bad break, and that's one right there.
Blower,
that was a great
7-10.
shot. Yeah, great shot.
Oh,
really, really good shot by Hunter there. Did not deserve that one.
all right. I want to thank our sponsors here for making this broadcast possible. I want to thank Pinheads Entertainment Center. They have it all: bowling, games, birthday parties, corporate events, and private suites. Go to bowl@pinheads.com. Tim Mack's Victory Lane Pro Shops. Don't settle for anything less than victory. Locations in inside Royal Penn, Woodland, Western and Expo in Indianapolis, and Championship Lanes. Enjoy bowling, games, and great food at the premier Family Fun Time Center in Anderson. No matter the occasion, an outing at Championship Lanes is sure to be fun. And now Kyle Luckett steps up right after his opponent opens up with a bad break, but now advantage Kyle even more so here.
Yeah, but you want to step on it right here. You want to make 2 good shots.
Oh, and he gives it right back.
Yep. Helped that one a little bit. Got it in. Got it left of his target. And it just didn't set up. Broke sharp. Paid the penalty. Want to make sure you get 2 here to keep it even.
So frustrating for a player too when you know you have your opponent's giving you a chance and an advantage, and you just can't take advantage of it.
Yeah, but once again, those are things you've lived with all day, and you just move on and start making a shot again. Now that look right there with Kyle, you think he's maybe contemplated that it wasn't the right part of it. Yeah, he needs to do something a little bit different. But let's see.
And I'm guessing more so that that first shot there was just a bad shot on his part.
Well, that's the lane where he kept back-to-back 2 pins. The ball didn't quite make it up, so I don't know if he tried to help it. Let's see what he does here.
Ooh,
Good shot.
Kyle Luckett with rips the rack there. Gary Ness, thanks for watching. We appreciate it. Yeah, Gary. Watching in our chat. He's a past Ebonite Lafayette Open champion. Always appreciate those that watch today. And ooh, almost right in front of the 6-pin there.
If I'm not incorrect, Gary might have a national title out there as
Yeah.
well.
And, and Gary was Kyle's high school coach.
Really?
Yes, that's what that the
very
comment
nice.
was.
Very nice.
About.
I believe Gary might have even shot a perfect game this year. Well, that was a good break. You know, Hunter got a good break knocking that 4 down, just leaving the 6. So, yep, good deep breath and just get back in and settle down and lay one over your target and see if we can't get 10 here.
Now Hunter's he's battling with a little bit of the inside out here, right? Misses one a little right, gets one a little bit in.
That would have some extra speed on it too, and extra loft. So yeah, that probably delayed the hook a little bit. But yeah, he's still in the area. But yeah, he needs to just calm down a bit, take a deep breath, and just try nailing that target. Because this, as we've seen, it may come down to a mark.
All right. 28 in the second for Hunter. Now Kyle Luckett with a huge shot right here early on in this match. Third frame, working on a strike. Can take an 11-pin lead. Oh, you know, when he started walking backwards, you knew he liked it.
Yeah, the body language told you he knew it was close, but that was a perfect shot.
Well, you have the biggest scratch tournament in the state of Indiana, amateur-wise, going on right now, and you have possibly the biggest PBA event, national stop, going on right now at the same exact time.
Yeah, and it's all in Indiana.
That's right. Walked that one out. Ooh, hit him thin. Watch these pins spin, and 8-pin goes down late. But yeah, we could have another Indiana bowler win a major here today.
Yeah, there's no better than E.J. Tackett.
And Hunter comes in light again.
Yeah, not feeling very confident. You can just tell body language, and you're right. The ball just wants to kind of just not quite make that return. You know, just kind of delayed down the lane, and it's one of those you either got to soften up a bit or square up a bit.
I will say one thing. Hunter is a very quick player.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't waste any time, which is important. Absolutely. Because you want to keep your pace going, and you don't want to get those where you start waiting too long and think too much. And
now we're going to ball change here, Mike, by Hunter.
I think we talked all day that you can't wait. I mean, if you feel like you need to do it, you got to do it.
Oh,
nice call by Hunter Glaze. Yeah, that's the other option. Instead of moving the body and that sort of thing, get a ball that's going to do what you want it to do. And good call by Hunter Glaze there.
Well, it's so important too to slow everything down a little bit. There's nothing wrong with being a little methodical at this point, right? The match
you just
goes
don't
by
want to
so
become
fast,
robotic.
right?
That's the main thing.
Yeah. Well, Kyle Luckett, three-bagger, working here. Fifth frame. Can increase that lead with a strike right here. Oh, that is high flush.
Boy, you just don't you don't duck on that one, man. That high flush.
That's 32-pin lead, Mike, for Kyle Luckett.
Yeah.
Got to commend both players for making ball changes in really tough situations, midpoints of the game, especially Kyle in the first game, right?
Exactly. I mean, you just can't wait, and neither player waited too long.
Ooh, he just got that one a hair right.
Yep.
That one didn't read. 1, 3, 8, 10. Now, do you go for this or make sure you get 3 on here at this point in the match?
You know, I'm going for it. I mean, I think it's the opportunity to keep pushing your lead.
Oh, he gets 2. Leaves the door back open a little bit for Hunter now, who has to feel a little bit better about himself after that ball change.
He's got new air in his lungs there, new breath and this is the big shot here because it kind of will totally make the complete turn back and forth.
Now, can he cut into that deficit? Oh, and he turns right back around. I didn't think it was that bad of a shot, but boy, that ball just...
He's got a lot of ball speed, but yeah.
Blew right past the break point.
Yeah, it did. And he knocked a 10 out, so it makes it a little bit
well, we're going to have Deadwood cleared.
Yep.
Yep. Going to have that cleared.
Can't shoot that.
Can't shoot that. Well.
Luckily, it didn't come into play because if that would have come into play, that would have been a no-no there. But anytime there's a pin in the channel like that in play, it needs to be removed. And that's not necessarily Hunter Glaze's fault for
not knowing that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That pin come flying across there.
I'm trying to figure out how it didn't hit the 10 pin.
Same way with me. I thought it was a heck of a block, a 6-pin put on it coming across.
Came across there about 20 miles an hour.
Yeah.
All right, far from over here. Whoa, 95 in the 6, 121 in the 6. Just a 26-pin lead for Kyle Luckett. Oh my goodness. I think he liked that one off the hand there, Mike.
Yeah,
he kind of walked it out a little bit. Ball checked up, 4, 6, 7. Just when you thought Kyle had things under control.
We're back within a mark, or close to it.
All right, he gets 2. Wise play there. Get your pin count. Take your medicine, right?
Yeah, you definitely take the 2 there. Yep.
190 pace now for Kyle Luckett. 205 max score for Hunter Glaze. Just a 15-pin match, Mike.
Yeah, this is a big shot for Kyle to get back online here and.
That comes in high. Oh, and he rolls the 2.
That's a big one.
Boy, it's amazing just how fast things can change.
Change they have, yes. Yep, I agree. Yep.
Unbelievable when you really think about it. Oh, and Hunter comes back with a strike. Got a feeling, Mike, it's going to come right down to the 10th frame.
Yep. And why shouldn't it, right? I mean, it's the way it's been going.
Can he double? No. Oh. It's just so hard knowing you have to strike. It's really not an easy thing to do on this pattern. It's been a challenge.
He needs to make sure he stays with the spare, though, because it's still an opportunity. Still has a chance.
All right, good cover. Far from over. 185 max score now for Hunter.
Only 5 pins difference at this point. But Kyle Lockett can make it all his here very shortly, especially starting with the 1 in the 9th.
That's right. Strike working in the 8th. Oh, what a double would do for his chances right here, 9th frame. Oh, and he gets it.
What a move.
What a shot by the young man, former Purdue bowler, looking for his first state title here at the Indiana Masters. Can the 32 seed, the last man standing when the cut was made, be the last man standing when the tournament is done?
And he doesn't even need a mark, but he's got to get a good 9, at least 9 on his first ball here.
And he strikes. Kyle Luckett will take the crown here at the Indiana Masters. What a clutch performance.
That was this was so much work. You could just tell. I mean, the battles of trying to get lined up again and then making good shots, but Kyle Luckett has done it.
He sneaks in the cut to get into the match play. He ties that score with Hunter Glaze. Both find themselves in the title match. What a performance by the two men here. And Mike, what a better, there isn't a better way to win a tournament when you perform in the 8th, 9th, and 10th frames.
Yeah, and not just this game, but many games coming through. So, yeah, but especially to win it, you're exactly right. You've won it yourself, and from the 32 seed to number 1, what a day, what a great day. Great bowling. And the same thing for Hunter Glaze. Great bowling all day.
Kyle Luckett, your 25th anniversary champion here at the Indiana Masters. We're going to take a short time out. We're going to come back with the trophy and check presentation, and Mike Albee will be laneside to talk to our newest champion here from Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana. We'll be back right after this.
And welcome back to the 25th USBC Indiana State Masters Championship. And with us now is the tournament director, Mr. Jeff Circle, and our champion, Mr. Kyle Luckett, who bowled a great today. But let's go with the spoils first, Jeff. What do we got?
Well, on behalf of the Indiana USBC, we have this little Eagle trophy here for you.
Thank you.
And in honor of the 25th anniversary, your check is for $2,500.
Oh, I have no words. This is unreal. Just came in here. My wife let me come in here to bowl and take care of our sick kids at home. Really, I was just wanting to win this for them. Let me come here and do that.
Jeff, 25 years. What a great job you and your staff have done. Congratulations, and it's good to have you out here because you deserve to be out here as well.
Thanks.
All right, so let's go. Just got to talk a little bit about your championship, Kyle.
Sure.
Kids are homesick. Hopefully they got a chance to watch you
They
bowl
did, yeah.
very, very well
Yeah,
out there.
Got to FaceTime right after that happened. They were watching, so that was fun, special to me.
Very cool. We were so excited to watch, but you came from the bottom spot, 32nd place, a tie for 15th, or 31st and 32nd, all the way back. A lot of ups and downs, but you made some great changes with your bowling balls and moving on the lanes. We watched it all day. How were you able to pull that off?
Well, I knew where I was playing while I was qualifying, and I knew a lot of guys weren't playing that far out, so I knew if I could keep my legs underneath me and keep it slow and get the ball to like read down lane where I wanted it to, I knew I had a pretty good shot. So, and that was my main focus today, was just to kind of keep it slow, because I do get amped up sometimes, as a few of the shots showed. But yeah, just again, I have no words. This is just unreal.
Well, congratulations on winning the 25th Indiana State Masters, USBC Masters. Fun to watch all day. Well-deserving champion, coming from the 32nd spot all the way to number 1. Next year, you'll be the defending champion.
It's just fun to have a privilege and get one of those banners finally and get my name announced. And yeah, again, this is a dream come true, really.
Congratulations. We look forward to you defending your title next year.
Thanks.
And we're going to go back to a break, and we'll be back shortly.
All right, welcome back here for the wrap-up here for the 25th Indiana Masters from Championship Lanes. Scott Gilmore, Mike Albee, and what a day it's been, right? You couldn't ask for any more drama. Matches close, so many down to the 9th and 10th frame. And here you have two guys, and both Hunter and Kyle just sneaking into that cut, right, to the match play portion. And both of them run the table to the title match, and Kyle coming out on top, defeating Hunter twice. Unbelievable day.
Yeah, just unbelievable. I mean, like you said, it's great. I mean, but just watching the battles and so many games were so close, whether they were high-scoring games or low-scoring games. It came down to spares. It came down to striking at the right time, switching to the right ball. We saw it all today.
And you're right. Kyle made a big move, middle of game number 1, switches to another ball. How big is that in that situation? And it worked out to perfection.
Well, it's big. It's big to do it, but do it at the time to make that move and then to make good shots by doing it. I mean, that is such a feat. This is something that's gonna you'll see Kyle's career go to another level, because when you're able to perform in that format and that at an Indiana State Masters, the 25th anniversary. I mean, those are things that you can't set that up. So when he's able to do that, he can rely on that for the rest of his life. That's a great learning lesson right there.
I thought one cool comment that he made in your interview after the match here was the fact that not only was it a dream come true, but to have his banner out there and to have his name mentioned every time that he does a state event, that's the cool part of it.
It really is, and the fact that his kids got to see it from home, and there were so many good things about that, and Hunter Glaze, I mean, coming from 31st and leading, and I mean, just the whole day was just perfect, and what a better setting than Championship Lanes here in Anderson.
Well, we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast of the Indiana Masters. And we appreciate all of our sponsors that make these contributions possible to bring you this telecast. We hope you enjoyed the day. For Chad Lester, myself, and Mike Albee, we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast, and we'll see you just in 2 weeks at the Indiana High School Bowling State Finals. Once again, your champion, Kyle Luckett. So long.